Having a quorum present, I am going to call the special meeting for April 29th of the Bay City Planning Commission to order. Present tonight, we have Dennis Bonacek, Ashley Meyer, Sheila Turbot, myself, Douglas Rise, staff, Terry Multane. Adam Pruitt is here, but he's momentarily out of the room. Lisa Griffin, and our consultant from Giffel Webster, Joe Tangari, and our commission liaison, Laura Kubit. Welcome. Please rise for this Pledge of Allegiance. This is a special meeting of the Planning Commission solely for the purpose of reviewing the draft of the new zoning ordinance. I will open the floor, though, for any public comments on any item not on the agenda tonight. Anyone from the public wishing to make comment, please come to the podium, state your name, sign or register, and you'll have 5 minutes. Seeing no one step forward, we will move right into our business. New business, special work session for the zoning ordinance review with Joe Tangari, AICP from Giffel Webster. You got the floor, Joe.
Thank you. You'll be having to hold down my thumb over the... Oh, yeah, that one's staying on. Okay, we'll use this one. So, good evening, everyone. So, what you have in front of you is a complete draft zoning ordinance. This ordinance incorporates all the various comments that have been made through our discussions over the course of this project, which began about a year ago. The actual zoning ordinance portion itself was a little less than a year ago. And tonight we have essentially a chance to discuss the ordinance in its entirety before we get into the public hearing phase to move this along for adoption. So in particular, this is kind of the ultimate opportunity for discussion of content and policy in the ordinance, because once we get to a hearing, we can do cleanup and we can address formatting and things like that at a hearing, but we won't be making major changes to the text or content at the hearing level. So with that, we have received some comments on the zoning ordinance, some from a few members of the public. Some Commissioner Turbot did some extensive markup on the ordinance, and we do have that and are working on incorporating that into the draft. Excuse me. And the other thing that we've got tonight up on the screen is the draft zoning map, which is the one thing you've not seen yet. So we'll be going through that in some detail tonight, and then kind of having an open discussion about anything that we'd still like to see or any questions we still have about what we're seeing in the draft ordinance. And we should walk out of here with some pretty good direction on how to get this into the final shape for the hearing. And any questions on kind of what we're doing tonight?
So you're not looking for editorial changes so much as policy issues? Yeah,
but we have received some editorial markup, of course, and that's excellent. We're working on incorporating that into the draft, but yes, we should be focused as much as possible on content and policy tonight. With that, I guess what I will say is we can go through this zoning map so that people understand, what's changed on it. There are, I will note up front, substantive changes and also editorial changes, if you will. Terry and Adam spent quite a bit of time looking at the current zoning map and marking it up to note places where the current zoning map just has oddities. For instance, things that simply aren't zoned, or places where it's really hard to tell what the zoning of a parcel is because of the way the districts are drawn on the map. So we've really worked to clean that up and make it clear what the zoning of everything on the map is. Changes to the zoning map really come in, there are a couple of different things to address here. One is that currently there's an R1 and an R2. Just as we're talking about it. Might need to wait for Adam to get back to, or Terry.
I thought I had a simple request of making some copies, but apparently that wasn't as simple as I thought it was. I can tell you guys a little bit about my process because you know I'm all crazy. I went through the let's call it the rough draft of the full ordinance, and I was kind of comparing it to my original comments and stuff, and then looking at versions in between to see what had changed. And so what I did for tonight, as far as, thank you, sorry, I did not know that was gonna be so hard. Is I tried to keep anything I brought up tonight as more substantive changes, but I do notice that there is kind of a middle ground on some of them, like questions. I mean, as far as like just little clarifying things, or, like not necessarily grammatical and spelling or formatting, but like real quick little things. But there's so many of them that I feel like it's almost a waste to spend our time doing that today. So, I don't know what your timelines are like or whatever, but if there was a day that I could just come in and ask my questions for like an hour or two, I think that would be a more efficient use of our time, because I have so many. It's a huge document, and they're not, as I said, they're not formatting and grammatical stuff. I could just send you a list of that. That's stupid. But just little things that either I personally just need a little bit of clarification on, or something that just doesn't necessarily make sense to, that maybe it's just a little tweak. It's nothing that the board would probably give a crap about, just like little stuff. And that I figured that then, they would read those, little things, edited. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think that I kind of did the same thing in terms of looking at prior working copies that we had and comments that were made against the the working draft, and have the same opinion. I think, though, that where we have substantive issues regarding the language, it may be well worth bringing it up.
Well, and I tried to kind of triage that, you know what I mean? Like, I did try to kind of look at it from the sense of, like, is this an actually substantive word change, or is it just, like, just to make the sentence sound clearer? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, the stuff I highlighted to talk about today is the more substantive stuff. The other stuff is more literally just the way the sentence is. Some things like that are just like mistakes, like things that you can tell where when they were written, a lot of them are in the original ordinance that are, just written poorly, but it's not substantive at all. It's just little stuff like that.
Right.
You know, I just wanted to try to, I know you're going to laugh, but I was trying to, you know, streamline our time, you know, like I know how I am, I know I'm thorough, and I know that they're long meetings, so I was trying to take out as much of that time as necessary.
So I think, yeah, we could absolutely set something up outside of tonight's meeting and probably get Joe on a call. We could do like a Teams meeting in the conference room. I don't see any issue doing that. So we can discuss that as far as when to schedule that, I think after the meeting.
Sounds good.
And one thing I was going to suggest, and I don't know if this would be helpful to you guys, but it sounds like, Doug, it might be if you're kind of going through this the way that I did, is that one thing that I think would be helpful from this point that we are now to the next version that we see is instead of just showing us the blue, that's everything that's changed from the very beginning, you know, like the original ordinance to now, because what takes me so much time and frankly why I can't be as effective in here is because I'm having to reread so much because I don't know what's changed and what, so I'm like playing this side-by-side game of like what's changed, what hasn't, like rereading things that I don't need to reread. So like if anything you change from here on out could be like purple or, you know, like something like that, so that we're not, you know, with every version having to reread all of that, if that makes sense. It's no big deal when it's one section, but it's like the entire document, it gets very tedious.
Keep in mind too that what we're doing is we're adopting a new ordinance. We're not adopting a revision to the old ordinance. This is going to be a brand new ordinance. So anything that's in blue in the draft is the new language that is different from what we've had before.
It's not to the end of like looking at the old one. I could frankly care less about the old one. It's really just more about saving my time so I'm not recovering ground, if that makes sense. Like within this process of, you know, if that makes any sense. Because that cost me a ton of time. I literally did not sleep last night. I stayed up all night. I'm not kidding. You know, drinking Mountain Dew and trying to stay awake because I've had an insane amount of things to do this week. So I've probably put in 24 to 30 hours in the last 48. So I just would rather not do that again.
Sure.
I'd rather not sit through it with you again.
Yeah, I'm sure you wouldn't. On a related but different note, I know that you guys did do some reworking of the table, the zoning table, or whatever you called it.
Article 13.
Yes, that one. And I was kind of looking through it and trying to make sense of like the system of it. And I did I had Adam, who was so sweet, to copy these for me to make it easier. And I kind of made these lists to break down like the sections. And I can kind of explain them if you want to go over them. But I was looking at the table, and I think there's still a lot of inconsistencies that don't make a lot of sense to me, where like, if you're looking at the chart, it's kind of generally, you know, goes, you know, you're kind of going from residential to industrial, and then there's like a pattern of what's accepted, but then there's some where it's like, it'll be acceptable in this district, but not this one, but then this one, but then not this one, you know, like things that are, and they don't necessarily always make sense. And so I was looking, some of them do. Some of them you can see like the obvious, like the waterfront's got some ones that are like, okay, well, yeah, it's just because it's on water that you would or wouldn't want something, it would be the exception. But some of them just outright don't make sense. And I took my table and I made a little indication on my table of all the ones that kind of had weird patterns to them, and it's a good lot of them. So rather than, in my opinion, going through this table tonight, I was going to give you a copy of the little list that I made, and they're kind of weird, but I think when I explain it, you're like, oh, that makes sense. So each one, I made a list for each district, and that which one basically is a P, which one is a, you know, a special use, which is permitted, and which is not permitted. And instead of repeating the things that are allowed from the next one, it's kind of like on a gradient. So it's all the ones that are changed from the one previously. So now you can see, oh, well, we've added these are now permitted, or these are no longer permitted, or these are now a special use, whereas they were permitted before. So if you're kind of, and I even numbered them so you knew like what order they went in. But I think it's nice to look at, to say, you know, like in the end, what all is allowed in this district, what isn't, what should be added, what's in there that probably shouldn't be or is kind of weird. You know, I mean, and when you sit down with it with a table, I think it makes it make a lot more sense rather than just like a big table of a bunch of letters. If you want it. Adam was very nice. And if I would have known it was going to be so long, I would have typed it, but I wrote it instead. Hopefully you can read my handwriting. And don't blame me, towards the end, it gets a little less legible. It was 4 a.m, so. So now that you have it in front of you, oh, yep, I think there's more, yeah. You can kind of see how I laid it out. And so some of them, I find the most interesting with things as you're going through it is to look at not only what's now permitted, but what is no longer permitted when you kind of look through them. I wish I would have had a great example, and I meant to go through and make some indications for the meeting, but I ran out of time, so.
Thank you for the work, Ashley. Let's take it in hand for now, and when we get to 13, we can have that discussion then, okay? And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Joe.
Yeah, let's go back to the zoning map for a moment. Just want to make sure everybody understands what's changed here. So previously there was an R1 and R2 district. Those have been consolidated into an R1 district. So that's all the yellow on the map. The RM1 and O1 were consolidated into the MU mixed use district as well. So that's that light blue. It kind of looks up on the projection. It looks almost like lavender, but it's more light blue on the screen that I'm looking at. And then the other addition here is the residential mixed density overlay, which is the hatched area on the map. And that is drawn from the future land use map of the current master plan.
Joe, the question I had when I was looking at the map was the MU, the mixed use, those properties actually will be a rezoning. It's not an overlay.
Yeah, they'll have a different zoning designation than they.
Okay. And then
being
also
O1
with the R1, R2, of course, there were significant changes there. So the question is, from a public hearing or notification standpoint, do we have to notify each of those properties, or how do they get noticed?
It's, you're adopting a new ordinance, so you don't know. There is not a requirement to notify each individual property. Any grouping of properties above 12 doesn't require a notice to individual properties. In this case, it's most of the city. So it's just a new ordinance that's being adopted, and the map is part of that ordinance.
And another question I had to do with the actual map itself, the layers of the street. If you take a look at our existing ordinance or map, it does show, all the streets, and you can really narrow down into the individual lots, because we do even have some split zonings. Is that layer just not turned on yet, or?
Yeah, we don't have, well, there's street names, but we don't have that layer that showed, I think, what was that, addresses or something?
Yep, individual parcel address.
Yeah,
And the
we don't
streets.
have the addresses turned on. Just for clarity, you can make a version that has that, though. And you can make it as large as you want, so if you want to be able to zoom way in.
So that's just a toggle on the mapping that we add?
Yeah, that can be added.
Okay.
I think that's helpful to people in the idea of, where's my house at? Has it changed? When the layman is on here looking at it, I think it clarifies it more for them, especially if you have a block that's kind of split up and isn't obvious.
I think, Joe, we're going to end up with some shape files from this, right? So we'll be able to configure this map any way we want. And I think, we can make this currently we have a PDF version, we have a paper version in the office, and then we've talked about having a web property lookup too. So I think once we have the shape files from the consulting team, we'll be able to configure this map however we want, so.
Yeah, if you have an online version that people are able to click on their parcel, it can give them other property information. And yeah, once we hand you the zoning shape file, you can just bring it into your system and you can generate this kind of map. You can generate a more general, here are the districts map, kind of however you want to do it.
Oh, that is the 2007 zoning map, as I can tell by the historic district. Be the 2012.
I don't think it'll be difficult to replicate that if that's what we desire. I think we can make multiple versions kind of for different purposes, so.
Sure.
The other observation I had is on the 2024 future land use map, it didn't show anything going on Center Avenue to the east, but the new one shows Lincoln Street. So the new map shows that it does continue on to the east. And I'm just curious how that might have came about.
Can you say that again, Terry? What?
Yep, it was, so if you take a look at the map that was sent, and go to Lincoln Center.
Center.
That strip of purple or blue there that is on your right. Yep, keep zooming right there.
Bear with me.
There, yep. So there you've got Lincoln, but then there's that mixed use continuing on towards the east. If you look at the future land use map from the plan, I don't think it extends anything beyond Lincoln.
Is it on the current
And again, maybe some of these, I'll point out on the map that we could send tomorrow. Yeah, that one you'd probably want to just shut down. That's 07.
Yeah, it's reflective of current zoning. So there are some parcels zoned, what is that, 01, to the east of Lincoln on the south side of Center right now. So rather than change the zoning of those parcels to something else, it was simply included in the consolidated district.
Okay, yeah, because the old one was eliminated, so then those would have been incorporated into the MU.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But boy, right in there, those are all residential multiple family, which I guess would fit into the MU now. Okay.
Yeah, my parents live on that block, and almost every house around it is all multiple units. Lots of multiple units.
So in that hatch mark, could you just explain again what would be allowed in that residential mixed density, I think it's called?
Yeah, that's the residential mixed density overlay. And what that does is it permits triplexes, quadplexes, and townhomes within that overlay. In addition to the standard, detached single-family homes and duplexes that are already permitted there.
So just to clarify, it's just the addition of triplexes, quadplexes, and townhomes, right?
Exactly, yep.
Accessory dwelling units, right? Or is that one?
Yeah,
that
they're not specific to the mixed density overlay. They're permitted. I don't want to misspeak here. Hang on. They're permitted in R1 generally.
Dennis?
Looking at that map, I'm looking at Breaker Cove specifically, which is made up entirely of duplexes at this point. It looks like it's set up for that zoning as well. I don't see any kind of triplexes, quadplexes, or townhouses getting built in that area, so should that be shaded over there?
Didn't that have its own overlay? If you look at the key, wasn't that the straggler?
Yeah, that was the one PUD.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's not
that's a
hatched, it's
planned
just a
unit
different
development, yeah.
It's the orange hashy ones, isn't it? Isn't that what color it was?
Yeah, I think that's the one and only PUD.
Okay, I see it now.
Yeah, it's pretty
Never mind. We're good.
Right?
Which, by the way, I don't see that mentioned anywhere in the ordinance, and I realize it's kind of a weird one, and I know we took some things out of the table. I don't remember that being in there, but
Yeah,
should it be mentioned somewhere?
There's a whole article on PUD.
Yes, but I mean, should we be, just because we're laying it out separately, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if it just says Breakers Cove.
Yeah, it's a PUD, yeah.
Dennis?
Could I suggest that they reverse the angle of the hatch
Yeah, I was
And
just
it
thinking that,
actually
yeah.
is visible in that area with Breaker Cove, because right now, the angle it's on, it's running in line with everything. and It's
Right.
hard to tell that.
Right in line with the river, yeah, that's a good idea.
That's a great idea, Dennis. I second that.
So the official zoning map that we adopt should have all of the various layers that we're going to want on it, which would include the parcels and addresses like we had on the prior one. I mean, they don't have to be active at all times, obviously. But if it's the official zoning map that is adopted by the city commission, it should have all of those layers.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
And we decided not to show the historic district? I remember a conversation.
Yeah, we were putting it on its own map.
Okay.
And of course, you can produce a version of the zoning map that shows it as well. But we were going to have it just kind of on its own map to show here's where it is.
I was going to that kind of leads into a question that I had. And as I was kind of going through, especially sitting on the HTC, I, kind of have that in mind a lot. And I guess my question was, is there sense in incorporating any of that, or is it kind of its whole different entity in and of itself? You know what I mean? Like, because it's not really zoning,
Right.
So is it really appropriate for it to be in this document at all?
That's why we're not putting it on the official zoning map. We were going to include it as an informational map. Here's where it is, just so someone looking at the zoning map will have an understanding that, oh yeah, there's also a historic overlay. But yeah, it's established by another ordinance, so it's not zoning, even though it has some of the same functions. So we don't want to put it on the official zoning map because it's not really a district in the ordinance.
My only thought outside of that, but related, is a question, and this is just, I guess, a procedural question from you, Terry, because I don't know what your side of it looks like. When you have a project that's in the HTC, that needs a site plan of some kind, does that come in before or after? And what point in the process, does that come about? So to
But we just did that 1113 Center Avenue, which was the first, it was a 6-unit, then it went to a 12-unit. That we got the HDC in, I want to say before the Planning Commission, because we did want them to look at the design and,
I think it went back and forth. I thought it was here and then there and then here.
well, it did too, because the first proposal was a 6-unit. And then from there, it went to a 12-unit. Some of the design stayed the same, basically, but when they started talking about materials and windows and color and all that, that was on the 12-unit.
My thought is when we're going through and reading some of these processes that are listed in the ordinance, we talk about consulting the engineering department and getting a verification from them and all these other departments of the city. Is it sensical to add, along with those things, some sort of, verification, that things are done, according to the HDC, so to speak? That's why I asked, which order does it come in,
Well, the other thing that this ordinance is going to create is that zoning permit. So before anybody does that, we would be documenting on that zoning permit whether or not it's in a historic district. And then if it is, maybe take the next step and explain a little bit of that or give it to the person. Yeah, that's how we could use it.
So maybe it would be adding just some sort of, it wouldn't have to be much, just a little bit of verbiage in that paragraph about under the site plans, and under the zoning permit, putting, that as one of the departments that, are verified or whatever. Because
Yeah, we could do
it
that on
mentioned
the-
something about engineering, and, yeah, I think that's the only one that's specifically mentioned. But anyway, because I also thought the wording now really just says like city departments. It doesn't really mention other commissions. That's the only one that I could think of in particular that would apply, but I could be wrong. Obviously don't know every commission, but.
Yeah, now that utility ordinance that we went through, that one specifically did mention the Historic District Commission. I don't know if we could use some of that language. I could share it just to see if any of that would work. But yeah, that's in a different ordinance.
I think, it makes sense in that, if a developer is looking at the zoning ordinance, it lets them know, hey, this isn't the only, and I know you would probably have that verbal conversation, but it puts it in paper. And there are like, the building department is mentioned as part of that process, so I don't see why, you couldn't just say that too.
Joe, would it be possible under the definition sections to put a definition for the historic district without reference to anything except that ordinance? So that it does have a placeholder in the zoning ordinance that would direct somebody to that?
Sorry, Joe, can you talk more into your mic? I'm deaf.
Sorry, the mic isn't on, that's why. Yes, we can do that. I would want to make sure that we were matching the HDC ordinance itself. And then the other thing, we do acknowledge in the list, in the establishment of zoning districts, that the HDC district does exist. It's not a zoning ordinance, but that it might apply to a particular property. So we've got a couple things in there. We got that in there already, but then, yes, we can add a definition and make sure that it's mentioned in other places as well, like in our procedures. That's not a problem at all.
I think that would provide for that information in the zoning ordinance that would alert someone if they're not familiar with the fact that we have a historic district commission, that they would need to follow through on that. Of course, I'm sure staff would make sure they were aware of that also when they came to.
I just would be concerned if it was only in the definitions versus in that zoning permit section as well. If you were, a developer or something and you were looking up the ordinance yourself, you're not going to go flip through definitions, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think it should still be, just a small mention in those other items too. Just because it'd be easy to miss if that was the only place, you know what I'm saying?
We can do that. We can fold it into, we're already talking about other departments anyway, so I don't think that's a problem.
Okay. So any other questions on the zoning map or any other points you wanted to bring up, Joe?
No, but if there are any other comments or questions, happy to discuss them.
Adam, could you scroll down on the map for me? A little farther. So I do have, this will tie in with a comment I had in the text. In our definition section, we talk about light industrial and heavy industrial, but we're now looking at zoning for light industrial and a general industrial section. So I think we need to either change the definition in the definition section to general industrial instead of heavy. Because
I think
we don't use heavy anywhere else.
it's in the table, and there's some, I would say I saw the heavy more, and I looked at this and I was like, I thought it was heavy. You even see it as listed, which I thought was kind of weird and wanted to talk to you when we get to the table section, but it's even listed under the industrial section as heavy industrial. Oh, I mean, which is the right, what were we going with? I mean, it makes sense that if there's a light for there to be a heavy, but maybe that's just my logical brain.
Yeah, I mean, I guess general industrial is the current district name, we just didn't change it. If you think heavy as a kind of opposite to light, would make sense as the district name, we can change the district name.
To me, I think it's also a little bit more descriptive, so it's like when you're sitting here thinking, well, what's the difference? You know, it gives you slightly more information. I mean, general is, general, doesn't tell you anything. Whereas heavy is like, okay, I get it, it's more, more.
Yeah, the chart under 8 industrial uses does show industrial light and industrial heavy, but yet the district is general.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. If you think it would make more sense to call it heavy industrial as a district name, we can make that change.
I didn't count them, but I think while I was reading through, it was referred to more as heavy, but obviously I wasn't looking for it, but I think this might be one of the few places it's called general.
The use is always referred to as heavy every time it's used. It's just that the district has a different name. The district is called general industrial. We just didn't change the district name. The use itself is heavy industrial. So it's a use that's permitted in general industrial, but if you want to change the name of the district to heavy to reflect that, we can do it. I think general industrial is the current name of the zoning district to reflect more of kind of an umbrella approach where, well, you can also do light industrial in that district. It's not necessarily an all heavy industrial or exclusively heavy industrial district.
Because I'm not familiar with the old code, so sorry if this is a stupid question, but was there only one industrial zone last time, or was it two?
There's already an M1 and an M2. They're currently called light industrial and general industrial. And I think general was chosen because it covers both heavy and light. You can do either one in the general industrial.
But I was surprised, if you look at my cute little sheet on the last page, that they actually remove quite a few. I don't know if they're industrial purposes, though I'd have to look at it. But I was surprised how many things they took out that weren't just residential.
There were a few things that were taken out of the M2.
Nursing and rehab facilities, outdoor food service, office, showroom, sales, personal fitness, artisan manufacturing, commercial indoor recreation, public or private school, business or vocational school, and self-service storage facilities. But when you're looking at it too, this light industrial district has far more permitted and special uses than the general does. The general is much more pared down.
Yeah, I think the general is more of an industrial-only district rather than the M1 allows quite a few complementary uses.
And then there's some weird special uses like religious institutions, like you'd have a church right next to a rock yard or something. I thought that one was weird. There's a few, there's more than a few kind of weird ones. But.
I just wanted to interrupt, and it's been brought to my attention that we do have some people here that have come to comment on this, and it doesn't appear that, I guess I don't know if I missed, but I don't know if we have an opportunity for people to comment on the agenda item on the agenda.
We didn't have a spot for anything that we're discussing tonight. We had non-agenda items, but we didn't have any items related to the work session in general.
Is it possible with a motion or something to add such a thing, or does it have to be on the agenda? Or can there be a motion to add it to the agenda? Is that a thing?
What's the intent of the petitioner?
I believe they want to comment about the zoning code update here.
But specifically, or?
I don't know their specific topics.
Because, I mean, this is a working session of the Planning Commission geared toward having the draft prepared for public hearing, at which point we would be soliciting public input on the draft ordinance itself.
I mean, I wouldn't mind hearing from them, but that's just
I'm-
I like hearing it on the front end rather than the rear end personally, but that's just me.
If I would entertain a motion if anyone so. Dennis?
I'd like to make a motion, we go out of the regular order of business and allow public input on the agenda item.
Second.
I have a motion and support to allow public input on the work session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Same sign. Motion passes. I don't want to necessarily have it open for public comment as part of our discussion. We can make that an item at the end of our discussion. But, I mean, as far as the work session for the commission, I want to keep it to the work session for the commission until we're finished deliberating, and then we'll open it up. I don't know what.
I'm sorry, Doug. Oh,
Would
I
it
don't
be possible to table the current item and then allow comment and then have a motion to bring it back?
We're going to do that on every item we talk about tonight? That's what I'm trying.
It's just an option I wanted to bring up because I know that these people wanted to comment, so I was just trying to be accommodating.
I mean, I get where Adam's coming from as far as, if they just have general remarks about, not specific, things, just give them 5 minutes and, just because we're probably going to be here for a while,
Certainly. Yep. All right, we'll open up the floor to public comment. Please come to the podium, state your name, sign the register. You'll have 5 minutes. You want to time it? Sheila Turbot will be our timer.
Paul Kleinow, 1713 10th Street. Thanks for the time today in particular. I was hoping to give a comment specifically because of a comment made at the start of the meeting that this is the time to talk about the general direction, the plan, where the zoning is going. And then once public comment starts, it was specifically said it would become a lot harder to change things. So I think now's a great time to have public comment. I brought some of my own documents. I sent the Planning Commission a fairly extensive email with some questions that I was hoping to hear answered at some point tonight. I simplified that down to a public comment today. I have some handouts that I'll just briefly mention, and I have an extra copy of my comments in case I ran out of time. So just to go through my comments real quick until I run out of time. I'd like to speak to the draft resolution in the map that I've seen from last month. I was initially looking at the March 18th agenda and saw this map as well. And I'd like to speak to what our goals should be for this map. So I think our goal here should be what we want Bay City to look like, what makes it unique from the county around it, and what changes we're looking for to make that happen. When we think of economic development and the zoning requirements that go in it, when we think of commercial development, do we want more commercial developments that look like Euclid, or do we want more Midland Street, Washington Avenue, historic, on the downtown end of Center, Columbus, near where I live? What do we want more of? So I have some example developments that are common in other cities that I think many people would like to see more of. These are pretty popular, often demanded, well-beloved, often challenged by existing Euclidean zoning. And our goal hopefully should be to get those in as many areas as possible. We should also think about how we can make sure people are living closer to our developing commercial areas. I can speak as someone who did recently go away for college. A lot of people go away, experience walkability for the first time, come back to Bay City, go, this is awful, and then they go to a bigger city where they can experience some of what they felt for the first time. And I'm not alone in this. I looked over those RRC best practices from March, specifically mentions making sure cities allow for tiny homes, cottage homes, mixed use as possibilities to incentivize more development. And we should make sure they're possible, but in a Bay City friendly way. So there were 2 areas of concern that I was specifically focused on where I saw some issues, specifically on housing. First, I was looking at the table with the setbacks, the rules of how that housing is constructed, and also the multi-unit housing section 122-2120 after, where it has the land area per unit. And I think that the first table's made some progress, could use some refining, which was the email I sent before. But I think that second table's fundamentally flawed because it does not account for verticality at all in any way, shape, or form. So I'll speak specifically to the second for time. You can stress test this pretty easily. I took, let's make a 2x2 studio apartment, 600 square feet, 2 on the bottom, 2 on the top. Let's drop it into town somewhere. That takes up 1,200 square feet on the ground. Give the common setbacks 10 on the sides, 10 in the front, 20 in the back. That takes up 4,000 square feet. The multi-unit land use table says they need 2,000 square feet per unit. No mention of verticality until you get to 4 stories, 5, 6, 7, 8 stories where that starts to change. So that means you need 8,000 square feet. Where are you going to build that in Bay City? It's practically impossible with our lot sizes. So I'm wondering why that second table exists at all when the first table with the setbacks also exists. Seems like it's making more strictness, making it harder to build without much gain in return. So I hope that gets a look. Second, on mixed use, that new color, the blue color, I take particular interest in. I think that should be the predominant artery street of Bay City. It allows everything from single family home up to limited quiet commercial. I see some of that. I don't see a lot of that. There's a lot of areas where I'm surprised to not see that in use. And I do think also the lot size question also plays a big deal for commercial. When I was in Tokyo, I saw lots as big as a kitchen and a bar, and that was a business, and I'm sure the rent was very cheap. Paying your commercial rent is just as important as paying your residential rent. So this is something we do have to consider. But looking at the map, I was wondering why there's still R1 touching Columbus Avenue, which should be MU, C1, C2. Majority of Henry Street still remains R1 and not MU across, just certain areas are zoned for commercial. Parts of Johnson, it's a wider street. Should any of that be MU, even south of Center Avenue until Columbus? Multi-use down Broadway. I know we have the overlay, but what about the commercial use there? I think that was my time, but that's the sort of thing I was looking into and wondering, can we see more of that? But I'll cut it here since I'm sure that was my timer.
Perfect timing.
I'll leave.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public wishing to make comment on our work tonight? Step forward. sign the register and state your name.
I'm Mary Larkin.
You'll need to speak right in. Go ahead and finish signing your name.
Hi, I'm Mary Larkin, and my address is 1831 East Bay Parkway, which is in Hampton Township. But I've lived in Bay City for 65 years of my 75-year life. And I have a concern with the R1 status, that district. What about Bay City back when I was a child and through up until my 30s, 40s, had neighborhoods that had small businesses in the neighborhood. Not the business district, but just in the neighborhoods themselves. An example being South Van Buren. You had Barney's Bakery. You had, and what happened to that building? Is that building going to be grandfathered in? Is that building going to revert back to residential only? I think the small businesses in the neighborhood are something that makes Bay City unique. You don't want to, and I'm going to say the word wrong, gentrify the neighborhoods, because then it just becomes like every other city and there is no draw for Bay City. So I would reconsider maybe making it a mixed use, more open the areas up for more mixed use, where you can have people living above a business that they have, and that could draw in your Gen Zs. We need people coming into Bay City because we're losing people more and more in the area. And I would just like that to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public wishing to make public comment? Please step forward to the microphone, state your name, sign or register. You'll have 5 minutes.
Good luck to anybody who has to read my chicken scratch. I apologize. And thank you guys for listening to me. I am actually from Cucaulin, but I spent a lot of time in Bay City through volunteering with the Great Lakes Dream Center, spending time downtown, Tavern 101, uptown. It's where me and my husband spend the majority of our time, and I'll try to do the 5 minutes, even though I'm very long-winded, much to my husband's dismay. I apologize. I recently spent a good amount of time in St. Petersburg, Florida, due to a family emergency, and I was able to stay right in downtown the city and walk to the hospital, walk to the Publix, walk to all the local businesses. And I actually spent more time in a walkable city during that visit than I ever have in my life. It was so much easier to navigate than the small little roads in Bay City when I'm trying to get all over. It would be very enticing to move there because it was very lively. It had a very active social life, and it was very just welcoming. So I would like to see more Bay City development towards higher living structures and more businesses. So I want to thank you for your time and listening to my ramblings, and I hope you guys have a lovely night.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to make a comment on the work of the commission tonight? Seeing no one step forward,
I move we close public comment, go back to the regular order of business.
motion for closing public comments.
Second?
I have support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. We are back in public, or in regular order. So, Joe, back to you.
Can you turn your
Mike,
mic back on?
Yes, that's a good starting point. So we were talking about the zoning map. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts based on, what we just heard about that map. As noted earlier, most of what you're seeing on the zoning map is either related directly to what's on the currently adopted future land use map, or preserves some, higher zoning district that wasn't reflected on the zoning map, specifically that area around Lincoln and Center, which is zoned kind of above what shows up on the future land use map, and we just didn't knock it down. So, having said that, that's not necessarily preventing you from adding additional upzoning to your zoning map, but it did follow on from the adopted future land use map.
Did we get a copy, a digital copy? Because I'll admit that I usually just look at the paper. So did we ever get a digital copy of this map?
No, it came in, unfortunately, right before we left to a conference, so just the timing didn't quite permit sharing it. So here it is, though.
Well, thanks. So I suggest maybe if we could get a digital copy of this, maybe the previous year, and then maybe the future land use map, just so we can kind of spend a little bit more time with it. Because we've got plenty to cover, and I have spent no time, so I can't really say anything at all.
Be sure to share that, get that sent out as soon as we can.
It would be appreciated. Thank you, Adam.
I guess, should I send this one or the one that has the layers turned on?
I like the layers, but if it's going to be hard, then, that's okay.
I wouldn't want to delay it, so I would send what you got, and then we can work on the other one.
Okay.
Joe, could you move that microphone a little closer to you?
Yeah, sorry, I actually am kind of hard of hearing. That's why I always sit right here. So I hate to have to keep asking to talk right up into it, but I really am hard of hearing.
Yep. For reference purposes also, I will point out that the existing zoning map is available on the city's website.
As well as the future land use map. But I'll make sure to send all three in one document, one email, so you got them at your fingertips.
Okay.
If it doesn't all fit, that's okay. I'll just take this one. Or just a link. That would work too.
I'll make sure to make it neatly packaged for you all.
I have a question for page 30.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of format we're doing here, but
Go ahead, Sheila.
there's new language about the decks.
Mm-hmm.
And it says decks for single-family units shall not be located on an upper floor. And I was just wondering why.
I wondered the same thing. Is that a balcony? Is it balconies? Is that what we're trying to get at here? Is that interchangeable?
Boy, we discussed this back in, I want to say September, maybe?
I mean, I have an old house. I mean, I like to associate. That's the way I'm a visual. And I have an old house, and not that I want it, but the windows are pretty low, and there's one window that conceivably could have a little balcony off of it in the backyard, and, you know, I think it'd be kind of cool, but not that I'm gonna do it or anything, or not that I wanna do it, but I could see somebody wanting to do something like that.
Yeah, I was curious of the thought behind it because it just seems restrictive for the sake of being restrictive. Like, is there a thought behind that?
Yeah, I'm trying to recall how we wound up with that in there, if it came out of staff discussion or if it was,
Yeah, I know the one comment, and might have fit into this, was where people are building decks on top of the roof. And I know that was discussed at the meeting. I know the way it's worded right now, actually just last week, the condominiums along the Vets Park there by the Diamond there, that actually has second-story balconies. And then when I read that, I was like, ooh, that would mean that those balconies on the back side of these condominiums on the west side wouldn't be allowed. And I don't know if that was the intent, or what came to my mind was just the conversation we had about them being on top of the house.
Well, a few things come to mind in that. One, there's a difference between a deck on a second story and building on top of a roof as a balcony. Building on top of a roof as a balcony actually has been happening for hundreds of years and is not a weird thing if you have a flat roof, if the structure is built for it. So I guess my question would be, is there some sort of like safety concern as to why we don't want that, if that's the case? You know, I mean, is there a particular reason why that should no longer be allowed to happen? Or, because that's happened forever. So why is it now all of a sudden a problem? In either situation. But that being said, this specifically says decks. So to me, I think of like added balconies that hang off the top, not necessarily one that's been built to have a flat roof that you're using as a balcony.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that was there myself.
I would propose we strike it unless there is some known problem.
So is the discussion, are we talking about a balcony versus a deck? We define a deck in the definition section, but we don't define a balcony.
Right, well, I mean, I think in the context of this table on this page, we're just talking about decks because balconies aren't anywhere in this ordinance. So, I mean, but yeah, I mean, so I guess I'm just talking about decks.
Yeah, is it interchangeable? Deck and balcony? I mean, balcony because it's on the second floor?
I mean, you can have a balcony that's not a deck, but you can't really have a deck on a second story that's not a balcony. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, kind of, except we don't define balcony, so you can't quite make that equivalency.
We don't really need to. I mean, for the purposes of this conversation, we really only need to concern ourselves with decks.
yeah, I mean, I think a balcony, the way deck is defined, an unroofed structure that may be attached to a home or other building, or which may be freestanding, is typically elevated above ground level. I think a balcony would fit into that definition. Because it's not requiring that it like have a staircase going down to the ground or anything. So, yeah, honestly, I know it came out of discussion, but I don't recall if it was discussion at the staff level or discussion at the planning commission level.
I mean, I remember
And
talking about this table.
if you as a group don't want it, then we should take it out.
If I were to venture a guess, I don't remember talking about, I remember talking about this table, I don't remember talking about balconies. or, excuse me, decks, upper decks. But my guess is probably somebody saw people that are starting to do that and didn't like it so much.
I'm just thinking in terms that a balcony may require a different type of a structure than a deck. Because if a balcony is going in an upper, on a roof or attached to the exterior of a building at a second floor, it's not the same as a deck.
But I mean, we don't really have anything about a balcony, so it doesn't really
We don't.
matter.
Dennis?
What about a multi-story deck?
Well, I think that might be part of what was being considered here as a multi-story deck. And again, if the commission is fine with multi-story decks, then.
The reason I
say
ask
no
is
to
we
them.
do have one on the other side of the river. Is it still there, Terry?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're trying to eliminate that or if we're trying to accommodate that.
I mean, I would say that there's maybe a middle ground in that. You know, obviously, what I think some of the ones that you already see might be people that aren't necessarily in single families, that they might have like upper and lower units, and so they're giving like outdoor spaces. I personally think, I would try to accommodate it, but there might be a middle ground of saying like not on front facing, you know, not in front yards, like not on front facades or something like that if it's an aesthetic thing. I mean, are we simply talking about, it sounds like we're just talking about the aesthetics of it, not so much it being a safety issue or any other real.
I disagree. I think some of these multi-story decks need to have structural engineering performed so that we know that they're safe, and that would have to go through the building department.
Right.
And I don't think we address any of that.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying whether they should be allowed, but I'm with you 100%. But I mean, if you think about modern construction, this is very common, whether it be a roof or like I said, but even in old colonials, the very front of the buildings, they would have big old walkout balconies. I mean, it's not, and those weren't decks, but you know what I'm saying? It's very common in construction and getting more common, it seems, especially in, like near water, to have second story decks. And personally, if it were my choice, I would say we should try to facilitate that. As long as it's well built and, you know, attractive, I guess.
Well, and don't we set ourselves up, I mean, this restriction says decks for single-family units shall not be located on an upper floor. So that presupposes then that a duplex would be okay to do that,
Yeah,
or a multifamily.
yeah, if you had like townhomes or something, you could.
But why should it be distinguished?
Right, I would say, which begs the question, why the heck does it matter?
That's what
Just because I have one family?
Right, you know, oh, you know, my
wanna
kid's
have my deck
18, you
up
know, that
there.
counts, right? You know, like. Ooh, a widow's peak, love that, there used to be a big old angel up there.
Oh, an old widow's walk,
Excuse me. Oh yeah, that's this thing
right,
I was talking about.
right.
Yeah, it's kind of like an Italian.
That becomes a historic issue.
Oh yeah.
Because that was built in the late 1800s.
There's, I mean, as far as historic buildings, if we're getting into that genre, there is many applications of this principle. They're not typically like a deck or even like a porch.
Right.
They're typically over a roof or, you know, or a more substantial, or like over a bay window or so, you know, they're usually over the top of something. But it kind of stands that this philosophy has been in architecture for a very long time.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say if the commission wants to continue to have things like that, then you gotta scotch this little provision here.
Can you say that, the last part again?
You have to get rid of this little provision if you want to be able to keep doing that.
Dennis?
Well, some of the stuff that we're discussing here is part of the architecture of the structure. That's fine. What I'm worried about is multiple story decks. A regular deck off the back of a house doesn't require a whole lot of engineering. But when you start adding stories to it, that's when I start to get nervous.
Right.
But I mean, Dennis, doesn't it satisfy you to have it inspected, but, excuse me, by the building department?
I would say yes, but I've seen enough decks go up over a weekend that it makes me nervous.
I mean, there's a lot of things that can go wrong on a building. I mean, we can't disallow them just for that alone.
I
All
guess,
right, enough with that, let's move on.
Does that include like a garage that has a flat roof? That you can't have a deck on the flat roof of the garage? Is that a second story?
No, I mean, for the purpose of this little box, it's strictly a deck.
We have decks built on top of commercial buildings on Washington Avenue by Columbus. Those are not a structural issue because, you know, the building is supporting them. Just like if we had a colonial where you had a big semicircular porch with a roof, the balcony on top of that, or the widow's walk, those are all structural elements. My concern, like I said, is with multi-story decks. But I think we beat this one to death, so let's move on.
I mean, can we just take a vote? Is that weird? Or it's, I mean, a motion, is that really formal?
I guess, what's your pleasure?
I mean, I guess I would just say I would support striking, you know, this small blue highlighted section of decks for single-family units shall not be located on the upper floor.
I have a motion for removal in table 122-3.2.8, standard for porches, decks, terraces, and stoops, under number 2, deck, a prohibition for decks for single-family units shall not be located on an upper floor. Do I have support?
Support.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Since we're in that cute little green box, I have a note in there. Right above that was already there, but that's never stopped me. It says detached decks may be located only in a rear yard. Now, I get why you wouldn't want them in the front yard, but what if you only have a side yard? Now, detached decks mean they basically sit on the ground. So why, if I have a side yard, for example, my parents have a lot and a half, and their large house is built on their original lot, and then they have half a lot that's all yard, and no backyard at all, because that's where the garage is. Now, it's a very deep lot. I mean, it's, 60-some feet. What would keep them from putting a deck that's only, the very top of it is maybe 10 inches off the ground, all the way in the back of their lot, in their, in their backyard, well, it's their side yard by definition, because, why couldn't you have one that, you know what I'm saying? Because a detached deck that's not attached to your structure is sitting on the ground. You know what I'm saying? So why is that a big deal in a side yard? You know what I'm saying? I get why you don't want it in a front yard, because you don't want somebody to set up a patio thing in the front yard, but.
Well, same thing could be said for a side yard. Closeness of dwelling units next to each other, even with a fairly wide lot, you still put a deck in the side yard, you're a lot closer to your neighbor than they might like to have.
Well, but that's like your fence. I mean, that's not the front yard.
I'm only making a supposition because I don't know for sure why that was there.
I mean, it just, it'd be one thing if it was 30 inches off the ground, but you can't, it's not a platform. It's a deck that sits on the ground.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
Yeah, a deck that sits on the ground? Yeah. Okay, it's maybe 18 inches. But you know what are we really arguing over a few inches?
Well, isn't it more like a use? Because that kind of a deck, you would think oh, well, I'm going to put my barbecue on it and stuff like that. And so then you're going to be like right next to somebody else's house and, I don't know.
Well, I mean, their house isn't built on the lot line. It's not like up against their house. I mean, I don't know. I don't. Even if you have, let's just assume most people have a fence. Even a 6-foot fence you could sit on in a chair or even stand up. I mean, well, I could because I'm short, and you're not even going to see me. Like, I don't know. It just seems like it's overly restrictive to me when you only have a side lot. Or, I mean, I don't see why in a rear yard or a side yard.
Then you would be free to come in and ask for variance. Dimensional variance.
I mean, I thought the idea was to be, a little more lax, a little less work,
I'm okay with eliminating the one we eliminated, but I'd rather see this one stay.
Yeah, isn't there a setback for decks too, or not?
Yes.
Right next to it. Setbacks are right next to it.
Well, yeah, so you can't even bump up against the side anyway. Oh, or, I mean, it says 2 feet if detached, but I think maybe a compromise would be, to just increase the setback.
This was only relating to detached, so you can have an attached
Right,
side
no, I know.
yard.
Yeah, that's all I'm referring to in this whole conversation. Attached is a whole nother animal. So I just mean, no, it's 5 feet attached or 2 feet for detached.
I'm talking about the note itself. It says detached decks may be only located in the rear yard.
Yeah, but there's a contradiction there then, because the minimum setback says 2 feet detached on a side yard.
Well, from a side lot line, you still have a side lot line in your rear yard.
You still have it, whether it's attached or detached, it would have to be, you still have the 5 yard or the 5 foot setback.
No, the contradiction is then you've got detached are only allowed in the rear yard, but yet that's in.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It probably was there before, and then they added the detached decks in the notes and never removed it from the setback. You see what I'm saying? But I mean, again, I would go back to, it makes more sense to me to remove that restriction and then just up the setback. If you're concerned that you're getting too close to your neighbor, then increase it to 5 or even 10. But, to completely disallow it in all instances, I mean, it seems like there's a more reasonable middle ground there.
I still think you would have an option to be able to come in and ask for dimensional variance on something like this if there was no other way you could affect a deck on your lot.
I mean, you can come and fight any of these things, but I mean, is a little deck that sits 18 inches off the ground at the most that huge of a thing that you want to not allow the majority of the city to do it just for that?
I don't think we can see it all. I mean, there's lots of different variances in the city, and I think having the standard that we have would be best to keep if there is an option for being able to get a variance for it. Dennis?
I mean, no.
In terms of what she's describing, I would wonder why the property owner wouldn't want to just build a patio. Have some green space. Why would you want to cover up all your yard with a deck?
Right.
I think you're right. Let's let it be
Right.
a ZBA issue and call it a day.
I mean, I personally am planning on doing that exact thing in my backyard, but it's a rear yard, so it's okay.
Still, we have to confront the contradiction here.
Oh, I'm with you on that. You got to go one way or the other.
What is the contradiction?
Scratch off the 2 foot.
You see where it says the side yard? It says 2 feet detached for the setback.
That's from the
In notes,
side.
It says you can't have it in a side yard, right? It's only rear.
Well, that's going to be your setback from the side lot line. Yeah, it's really more
But
the,
it's, what
The
she's
header-
saying is
the
it's
more
not
the
even,
lot
yard.
line that you have to be set back
The
from.
header says yard.
yeah, it's not the side lot line, it's the side yard.
So the header should be changed to lot line from yard. Because that's what all these are. They're all setbacks from the lot line.
Well, but even so, a lot line, that's still my side yard.
You have a side lot line going all the way down the side of your lot from the front to the back. So you've
Correct.
got to have even if you're only allowing something in a rear yard, you have to know how far it needs to be from the side lot line.
I think this table, I mean, they very explicitly lay out in here what the definition of a yard is, where it starts, where it finishes. I don't think these are written to mean lot lines. I think they're meant to read as yards. I mean, because they do go over where the beginning of your rear, side, and, front yard, where that begins, where that ends. And I think all of this table is written with yard in mind, not lot line.
I agree.
Right, but the standard of use is lot lines. Setbacks are always from lot lines, unless otherwise noted.
Right, and you might, in this column, in this one specific setback column, but that wouldn't remove the problem that Sheila is mentioning, which is that you're under the category of your side yard. So you either have to remove it.
You can still have a detached deck in your backyard that has a setback from the side yard. And that's what it's referring to.
Right, but that's not in your side yard, that's in your rear yard.
Correct.
and that's
But you can't have the deck in the side yard, period.
Right, so that's why it should be under the rear.
No. Listen to
Setback.
what I said. This would apply to a deck in the backyard. You still have a side yard setback that you have to
Okay,
meet.
but look at your table. It breaks it down into the front yard, the side yard, the street side, or a rear yard. And then it shows you, so what you're saying, you would be in the rear yard, and then you would have a 2-foot, it's already here, 2-foot detached setback. From your side line, sure, but you're in the rear yard. It would be under this very bottom row here. It wouldn't be in the side row, it would be in the rear row. Do you see what I'm saying? Because this is implying a side yard. This is implying a rear yard. And you can put in your setback that from that lot line, the side lot line, but that's still either in the side yard or the rear yard.
The solution is to remove the detached.
Right, that's what Dennis was saying.
What? Microphone, Dennis. Microphone.
It's detached, you're not on the house.
Regardless, it's in the rear yard. Okay, so you gotta be 5 feet from the rear property line. How far do you have to be from the side property line as you build out towards that property?
I don't care, but,
Feet. You can't build right up to the fence.
no, that's fine, I'm with you. I'm not arguing against the setback, I'm just saying which little box it's gotta be in.
Well,
It's
I
right
look,
where it belongs now.
Dennis, I look at it as a box within a box. So if you're talking about your rear yard, you have the 2 feet from the back lot line, 2 feet from the side lot line.
Exactly.
So it's kind of like
But you're in your rear yard first.
presumed.
It's like a little, like a tree branch. You have to first be in the right yard and then dictate the right lot line.
Right.
Or just say lot lines as a whole, but you have to start first with the right yard, which is the right row.
And it says in the rear section, it says 2 feet from, for the rear. So I would presume that's also from the side lot line.
Yeah, I mean, I assume all these setbacks are to both, because they don't specify. They don't say from side or from rear. They just say 10 feet, 2 feet.
Well, it says side, right?
No, if you're in the yard
No,
section.
take a look, it says side, 5 feet attached, 2 feet detached.
No, side, that's the yard. You can't look at that column, that's the yard. You have to be in the setback box.
Yard.
So my side yard
Side yard.
is from the back of my house to the front of my house only.
correct?
No, it could be from your rear property line to your front property line.
No, that's not how it is defined in here. It's defined in here that you're anything from the back of your house, the plane of the back of your house to the rear lot line is your rear yard.
Is your rear yard.
And then anything, just like Sheila was saying, that's between, basically within the bounds of your house, projecting out to your lot line is your quote-unquote side yard. And then
Yeah.
everything from the front plane of your house to your front lot line is your quote-unquote front yard.
And they do the same thing with the garbage bins. You can't have it in your front yard. You know, when you talk about the garbage bins, the trash bins, you can't have it in the front yard, which is the front of your house, forward.
Right. And this whole table is broken down that way with those definitions in mind. That those are how they're defining, it's in here, defined as yards start here at the front plane to this, and the side yard is from this plane, your back of the house, the back of the, and this whole table is broken down that way.
And if need be, you could explain that for the table underneath.
What do you mean?
What the rear yard is, what the side yard means.
think
Oh,
that-
I mean, it's defined in here. I was reading it at some
Yeah,
point.
that's defined elsewhere in the ordinance.
Yeah, page 16, which is under the lots, lot lines, it gives you the definition for a front, a rear, side, and a street side yard.
Which page are you referring to? 26?
Page 16.
No, if you go on to page 26, it defines your yards. Yeah, front yard, a space extending the full width of the lot between any building and the lot front line and measured perpendicular to the building at the closest point to the front lot line. Rear yard, a space extending across the full width of the lot between the principal building and the rear lot line and measured perpendicular to the building to the closest point of the rear lot line. Side yard, a space extending from the front yard, which they just described, to the rear yard between the principal building and the side lot line and measured perpendicular from the side lot line to the closest point to the principal building.
So if we just take out the 2 feet
Attached.
detached,
On
that
both,
table.
on both that, yeah, just on the side, right?
So how do you know under rear how that applies?
What do you mean?
Well, am I 10 feet from the rear lot line?
Are you saying versus the
What's
side?
defining how far, if I'm saying the house is north and south, how far east and west can I build my deck?
10 feet. The way I interpret this, it's 10 feet, no matter which side you're on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It says 10 feet or 2 feet, depending on the type.
2 feet detached.
Yeah, if it's a detached one, then it could be 2 feet from the back line, it could be 2 feet from the sideline.
All right, that's how we're interpreting it. That makes sense. Just scratch the 2 feet detached on the side yard.
Right.
But that
Although for the record, I don't agree, but yes,
brings
that's
up
what
another
this,
question. If I've got a 10-foot setback from the back and from the side, and then I go up and look at side and it says 5 feet, does my deck go out and then come back in again?
I think you have to look at the definition of the deck, which only specifies so much elevation above grade.
I'm not worried about elevation. I'm saying if I get a 10-foot setback from the rear and a 10-foot setback from the side, I'm fine. That would be the way I'd look at it. But here where it says side, we say 5-foot setback. So in the rear yard, I gotta be 10 feet away from the neighbor's fence, but when I get to the house, I only have to be 5 feet off.
Well, most people don't even have much more than 5 feet. I mean, I only have 8 feet on one side, maybe.
I'm just saying it's confusing.
Yeah. Well, it would have to
we can
come off
clarify.
5 feet from the back of the house.
no, from the lot line.
The lot line.
Well, but a side yard is the back of the house starts to the front of the house, or front to the back of the house. That's the side yard.
But that's not where the setback would be. The setback is from the side lot line.
So in that case, if I build a deck on the back, I have to stop 10 feet from the fence. But on the side, where my house is at, I can go up to 5 feet from the fence. Now, if that deck goes around the corner, that's gonna look pretty goofy.
I'm sorry, say that again? From the rear, you can do, are you talking attached or detached?
I'm just gonna go with detached for now.
Okay.
Got 10 foot. Now, does that 10 foot only apply to the rear lot line? Or does it also apply to the side lot lines?
I think the intent was for it to apply to the rear lot lines, so we would put something in there that says 10 feet from rear, 5 feet from side. And that way now you've got a consistent distance down the side lot line.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to delineate this whole setback section to be front or rear line, whichever is applicable, and side lot line.
Yeah.
You would have to put a setback for each one.
Yeah, and I have already figured out how to do that, so.
Sounds like your work is cut out for you, Joe.
So can we expect to see something then to address our concerns here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things about working on an ordinance is you know the intent. And sometimes it gets into someone else's hands and they go, oh, wait a second, and you go, oh, okay, I know what that's supposed to mean.
That's what I would have guessed too, but I'm just going with how they wrote it.
Yep. So that is, I've got a live draft here, and I just went ahead and made the change and color-coded it, so.
No, Dennis, go ahead.
Are we going through this section by section, or are we just jumping around as we see something we need to address?
I'd like to move consistently forward through it rather than jumping around, if that's.
I think that
agree.
would be preferable, yeah, if we, I don't
I
know. if there's-
100% agree, but since we're on the table, can I ask one more question about the table, since we just happen to already be there?
Sure.
But then otherwise, I'm totally with you. Can we start from the beginning? There, in the section with stoops, and completely aside from that, I think we should define these, unless I missed it. I don't see anywhere where we really go into the definitions of these 4 categories. But anyway, if I'm interpreting what a stoop is correctly, it says in your front yard, which is where most stoops are going to be located, that the projection is up to 5 feet from the front of the principal building. Is that including the stairs? Because there's no way you could do that. And nowadays, you're supposed to have a platform, at least in decks and porches, you're supposed to have like 3 feet or something of like platform so that you can stand flat. You're not supposed to have steps that go right up to the house anymore. So 5 feet doesn't seem like it's enough. If you were building a stoop, which are normally, I think, concrete, but, whatever you built it out of, you'd need more than 5 feet unless you're not including the stairs. But I mean, I would think that a stoop, would include the entirety of the staircase and that platform, in which case it would have to be bigger.
The steps would be excluded, so we don't count the steps.
You do not? Is that what you said?
We do not, no.
Okay. Are these, which leads into the question, are these defined anywhere? I don't remember ever seeing a definition for these.
Yeah, we
4
do
items.
have definitions for them. I think they didn't make it into the draft there, because I don't see the stoop definition in there, but we did define them, and we looked at the definitions when we first discussed this.
Because I remember asking the same question. I think it needs to land somewhere in here, whether that be in the definition section or
It goes
this
in the
section.
definitions section.
Yeah, that we need to break it down, especially because it's so specific on how you treat each one.
It exists, it's just not in the draft.
Dennis?
Terry, do you recall when we had this initial discussion about stoops, wasn't a stoop just a platform, like a single step up from the sidewalk? The issue we had is somebody had built all the way out to the sidewalk with their stoop.
Yeah, my understanding was this was put in place because there was a tendency of people building what you would think is a rear yard type deck in the front yard. So there was, this big deck that would be out in the front end. Prior planning commission wanted to limit that by only, say you can project out 5 foot, but then there's no dimension going, left and right. So you could have the whole front, as long as it doesn't project out greater than 5 feet as a stoop.
I would assume that your stairs, though, would have to be included, because a traditional stoop, what an actual stoop is usually poured concrete. If you think of, major cities, I mean, every building has a stoop, they're concrete. These aren't decks. And I'm sure that for the sake of these definitions, it just means anything without a roof that, that projects out from the door, that's not a porch because that has a roof on it. I mean, it's, between that and terrace, I don't know. But that's why I think these definitions are important, because you could kind of slice this a few different ways. But a traditional stoop, you couldn't really stop it before the stairs. You know what I'm saying? It would be all of it or none of it.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, but that gets real specific. Then it depends on what you're building it out of, what it, like, I don't know, it just seems easier to do it all together.
So, I think we need definitions here.
Yeah, like I said, they exist. They didn't make it into this draft.
Just a quick note on page 32. Paragraph 2, subsection D, it refers to illustration 3.1, and there isn't one in here. So I'm assuming there's
It's supposed to be 3.5.
32, page 32. I'm just looking for the,
Which brings up another point. None of these illustrations are labeled.
oh, there it is.
I don't even know which one 3.5 is. You know what I mean? Like, I could sit here and figure it out by reading it, but I'm just saying there should be a little thing that says illustration with the, the number. Maybe a small caption,
Well, and that's what you would usually see on the illustration is illustration number blah, blah, blah.
But they don't have them.
Now, I do note on page 34, with that illustration on that page right above it, they already have highlighted see illustration X-X. So that's a placeholder for them, and I wasn't going to make any reference to any of those because they're scattered throughout the ordinance.
Yeah, right, we're just making.
Oh, yeah.
nail down all.
But I mean, even the illustration on that page doesn't have a label either.
Pardon me?
You said even the illustration on that page doesn't have a label either, with these cute little fences. No label.
That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, they all need to have, we just don't know what illustration number they are necessarily yet.
Right. But that just it was that one on page 32 that referenced 3.1, and I don't see a 3.1.
That was one of those little things that's consistent throughout the document that I just wasn't even going to bring up that kind of stuff because it's just like formatting. I'm not giving you a hard time or anything, but just for the record, there's a whole bunch of that kind of stuff that I'm not going to say.
There is.
Because it goes on and on and on.
I wasn't necessarily going to start getting into those, but it was right there.
Yeah, there's only one illustration in section 3 or whatever. I have a question on 35, if we're ready to go there.
Go ahead, Sheila.
Outdoor operations, when and what is outdoor operations? This looks like you can't have anything outdoors. And yet we do.
Now, the one note that I did make, and Joe might not have been aware of it, we do have outdoor, let's see, outdoor sales area, I have a note. No, this doesn't apply the thing that I was thinking of, so never mind. That was in the right-of-way stuff.
I mean, some businesses have enough lot or yardage, whatever, to operate outdoors, so that's allowed.
Well, then that would be under your permanent sales, which would be a special use, I believe.
What about things
Sorry, Dennis.
such as tent sales, fireworks during the season, Christmas trees in the winter? How
Those
do
are,
those apply?
normally those are considered special activity events that they are permitted individually as they occur.
So is this section hypothetically supposed to just be referring to ongoing, you know, things that could potentially go outside, but they're saying basically they can't? I mean, if you actually go through and read it, you know, all businesses, services, and processing shall be conducted within a completely enclosed building unless otherwise specified. I mean, it's basically saying that you can't do a lot of this stuff. Yeah.
Well, if you look at the use table, there are, I think that unless otherwise specifically permitted, there are uses that it says outdoor right in the use. And I think my interpretation would be that is specifically permitted, so.
No, and I think those are, because those are specific uses, but I think this section is basically saying if it's not one of those things, if it's not one of those uses, you know, then you're not, you know what I'm saying?
Correct, I think that's how I interpret it too.
I mean, you know, do you have a brilliant idea on any way to make that more clear, Joe?
Yeah, and what about car dealerships and,
Well, those all have special uses that are indicated, you know, that are listed and they have their own. I think this section is supposed to address all the people who would like to do their stuff outside but don't have zoning for it, you know, that's not part of their, you know, zoning designation that allows it.
yeah, gotcha.
But yeah, I think it should, the title could be changed to be a little bit more of what it actually is, which is restrictions to, or something, you know. Because it's basically saying you can't. Yeah, frankly, the whole section, the only part of the one thing in here that you can do is the exception, not the section, you know what I mean?
Right. In the same area, the creation of the districts, is a PUD a zoning district?
Can you say that again, Sheila?
Yes.
It's not on that table.
A PUD in this ordinance is not treated like a rezoning, so it's not listed as a zoning district. It's treated as it's got a different process. Some ordinances do treat PUDs as zoning districts.
It's on our zoning map.
It's noted where there is one on the zoning map, yeah. Yeah, it's not actually treated as a rezoning when you approve a PUD.
We have a whole section on PUDs. There's an article for PUDs.
I guess my question to kind of clarify that would be, if it's a PUD, you have to adhere to any of the zoning for that district. I mean, because I know that they're kind of a reworked, you know, area where there's a lot of things that they don't really have to, they're kind of their own thing, you know? So all those same stipulations that the rest of that zone would have to adhere to, you don't. So in and of itself, I mean, I get what you're saying, Joe, as far as like the map, and we never intended it to, and that's why it's not in the table and yada yada, but it's kind of functioning as its own district in a way.
I agree.
It is essentially, I mean, you're basing it on a district, and then you're granting waivers from the underlying district.
I mean, I think it's a little bit of semantics, but, you know.
I would just simply add it to that table.
Yeah, but I'm kind of with Sheila. Either we should treat it, well, I don't know, because it's nice to have it on the map. I wouldn't want to remove it from the map.
Well, it is on the map.
It's on the
No, I
zoning
know.
map, right?
Breaker
PUD that
Cove
we.
or whatever.
No, I know,
it's
but,
called, right?
yeah, if it's on the table, it's kind of become a zone. If it's on the map, it can stay its own, you know, overlay or whatever you want to consider it, that's not a zone, even though it's in a zone, but it's kind of its own zone.
Yeah, it still maintains its underlying zoning, and it's just got modifications to the standards of that underlying district.
But we don't want to set ourselves up with a potential for, if we show it on the zoning map, but we don't show any area that's zoned for a PUD, are we restricting anybody from coming in who has a provision or a proposal for a PUD?
A PUD can be done in any zoning district, so.
So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
I would say leave it out of the table, only because everything in the table is a zone.
Yeah, they're all zoning districts, exactly.
So we're going to add it to the table?
No.
No, because it's not
All
a
right,
zoning
so
district.
then if we don't add it to the table, then my other comment was that the sequence of the articles, the PUD is 11, Article 11. And so you don't put in the RMD. I mean, you've got the RMD as a zoning, so RMD should probably be 11, and the PUD should be 12.
I could see that, yeah.
I can definitely see the logic there, but is that going to cause like a whole bunch of errors within this ordinance and many others because we're completely renumbering it? You know, like, are there other ordinances that are going to refer to the numbers, or is within this document, are there numbers that are?
Well, they can search for that.
Yeah, we just have to search and check and make sure that it doesn't. There shouldn't be that many references that would be affected. There'll be a few, but it's not that hard to track those down.
And we probably have a definition for PUD, right?
There's a whole process laid out for it, so it's sort of defined by its
Well,
process.
I'm saying that maybe we should say something that it's not a zoning district. If we don't already, I don't know,
It's already, that's what the language already says, yeah.
just to be clear.
I'm not sure you do need to reorder those articles, because if you look, you have your districts, and then, you know, yeah, you have an overlay and a PUD, but neither of those is districts, and there's no more districts after that. I mean, does it really matter? I would get it if you had like more districts after that or something. But, and yes, it's more logical.
It matters.
If it matters to you, Sheila, it still doesn't matter to me, sorry. But this is not a hill I'm going to die on, so if you want to do it, that's cool.
Hearing no other discussion on that, let's move on.
Okay, can we start at the beginning now? Because the jumping all over is hard to follow.
Start at
Well, you know, we were talking about after that we were done with the table, to go start back at the beginning and kind of go through it automatically. I feel like we're kind of just like jumping all over the
I
place.
thought we were moving forward as we were talking.
Well, we never started at the beginning.
What do you have specifically that you want to refer to? And remember, it's 8 o'clock already.
Well, it is what it is. You know what, I'll skip those. I'll talk to Joe about it, because we may have already discussed those already. Nope.
Article 12, if I might ask, in the last review copy we got, none of it was presented in blue underlined, and now it's all back to blue underlined.
Yeah, it should have been in blue there because it's new.
I assume that was the case because this is all new, so, okay.
Yep. Yeah, because that's a new overlay.
Page 13. Heavy industrial.
Page,
I'm 13. 13, 1-3.
page?
13. 13, page.
She's in the definitions right
Back it
now.
up.
Yeah. So they're defining industrial heavy. And then it says, heavy industrial shall also mean, oh, which brings us back to the other conversation. Uses engaged in the operation, parking, and maintenance of vehicles, cleaning. So does that include auto shops? Yeah, because that's not listed here. Which kind of brings me to one of the funny things about the table, which, you know, it's broken down for these industrial uses. And you've got this industrial light, industrial heavy, but those are zones. Like, I don't know what these rows are supposed to mean. You know what I'm saying? Like, industrial light is supposed to be M1, and industrial heavy is supposed to be M2. What is this? What are these rows?
We're saying that light industrial uses are permitted in the light industrial district. If you don't,
You're using it also as a definition? Is that
yeah,
what
so that's a defined term, and you're permitting light industrial uses in both the light and heavy industrial districts. If you don't list them in the districts, then they're not going to be permitted there.
So you're just like, it's like a catch-all for any use that could be, that's not listed here already, that's,
Right, and that's why these definitions are written pretty catch-all-y.
totally a word, by the way.
I'd like to
Dennis?
comment on that because Ashley brought something up here. It says those uses engage in the operation, parking, and maintenance of vehicles. And it could refer to an automotive repair facility. But what I think it should say is the operation, parking, and maintenance of commercial vehicles to differentiate it from a regular auto shop.
I gotcha, yeah, okay.
So I'm sorry, is the correction maintenance of commercial vehicles? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah.
So then is the intent not to be like a regular auto body shop?
That would be how I'd look at it, considering the zoning. I'm working on a project in Flint right now where we're putting in a tire and oil facility which only services semis, which is not something you'd want in a residential district. You'd want it in an industrial district. So I think that's how it applies.
Right.
So right now, where do we put, and maybe I'm just, I read a lot of these, so they're all running together in my head, but where are we putting like an auto body shop? Where does that fall?
It's covered in the.
They don't do repair though, do they?
commercial.
AutoZone?
Yeah, automotive repair is in C2A and C2B plus M1 and M2.
M1 is light, right?
Yeah, M1 is light and M2 is.
So like Discount Tire, who else? Bell Tire, places, that place on Center, I don't know the name of it.
That'd be
Those are
C2B.
M1.
No,
Well,
C2B.
C2A, C2B.
It could be in M1, but they're also in C2A and C2B.
Yeah.
But they're on this chart, because I'm, just keep looking at it and it's not showing up. So is it under the bucket as far as these specific stated ones? Is that just considered light industrial? Is that what we're, or no, that would be different.
Automotive repair is listed on its own line.
Why am I not seeing?
Go to
Under vehicular commercial uses.
page 32, item 3, vehicular commercial uses, go down to F.
52, page 52.
Page 52.
Now, right below that, I did have somebody ask me about a truck wash. And I didn't have anything in the current zoning ordinance, but here, I would have to still read that as in the M1, M2, that you couldn't have a truck wash, or is that different than a car wash? I thought the truck wash was a good idea in an industrial area.
Yeah, I think that would fall under the definition of at least heavy industrial, if not light.
I'm sorry, you need trucks as in semi-trucks?
Yeah, just like, yeah, if somebody wanted to have a truck wash.
Yeah, I think that would fall under the, certainly it would be included in heavy industrial.
Okay, that's what I thought, yep.
Because it's a commercial vehicle, you're not
Yeah.
handling, yeah.
Yep.
Now, having said that, if I was to make that decision and say a truck wash is allowed in a M1, I don't have to take that to the planning commission for a decision or an interpretation or anything like
Isn't
that.
that language that as long as it was obviously incidental to the use of the district, it was okay? And you would have the authority? I think that's how it was worded.
Okay, yeah.
Did you say M1, Terry? I mean, it's allowed in M2,
But where do you see
not
that?
M1. Heavy industrial, it seems that it would fit under that, but I don't see any allowance. We got Dennis with his hand up.
Sorry, Dennis. Yell at me.
Thank you, sir. Thinking about where we have truck washes in the area, there's one on Euclid, there's one on Wilder, and they're both self-serve. I've not seen an automated truck wash.
I'm sorry,
Well, I
those
know
are,
the road commission is considering putting one in.
No, not that I've heard.
but Dennis, those are for semis? In those zones? Which zones again? I'm sorry.
I'm not looking at it in here as far as the zone. What I'm saying is, when I think about truck washes, I know there's 2 examples in the area, and they're both attached to car washes, and it's all self-serve.
But they're outside the city.
One's right on the other side of Euclid, yep, Monitor Township.
Right across from the 7-Eleven, and then down on Euclid, kind of across from the old AAA office.
So,
In both cases, it's just a single bay.
yeah, that's almost an accessory use at that point.
Yeah, it's kind of,
So-
kind
so
of
trying to
accessory to the car wash.
Getting too fine a finish on it.
Well, and if it's self-serve, it's not really in that commercial setting, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're taking your own, you know, and washing it yourself. It's not a business or an establishment that's washing it for you, you know what I'm saying? I think that's kind of where you thread that needle.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you've got a car wash with one stall for a large truck, it's just part of the car wash.
Typically, it's just the cab. They don't run the trailer through.
Well, yeah, you usually don't own the trailer. You just own the cab.
Right. And who cares if it's dirty anyway?
Terry, we got car wash and just this discussion. There's automatic car washes and there's self-serve car washes. Our stacking requirement for a car wash is 10 cars. Does that apply to a self-service car wash as well?
No, probably not.
I wouldn't guess so, because you have different bays at a self-serve, where in
Right.
a car wash, you have one avenue of travel, you know, from the front of the building to the back of the building or whatever. Whereas if you are in a self-serve, they're usually stalls, and there's multiple stalls.
Well, we're not differentiating, which is why I'm bringing it up.
From a zoning standpoint?
I mean, I understand because I designed a fire wash car wash in Midland where the police actually shut them down because cars were stacked all the way out into the street.
At a self-serve?
No, this was an automatic car wash, firehouse car
Yeah.
wash. So when I look at this, it's like, okay, if it says car wash, what applies? Do we have automatic car wash and self-serve car wash separate? I'm not sure how you want to pursue that. That's just something I want to throw out there.
I mean, I don't think I mean, if there was a distinct zoning concern in it,
It differentiates between the two in the stacking table. And I think the 3 spaces, that's just, if you got 6 bays, you just have to have 3 places where people can wait for a bay to open. Yeah, they're distinguished in the table.
all right, sorry, we keep jumping around and I keep forgetting where I left off, but on page 16.
It's worth talking about.
Top of the page, you've added, I only bring it up because it's in blue as new content. It says, in the very first paragraph, front lot line, where the 2 front lines are equal, so basically you have a square lot, one shall be established as the front line and the other shall be a street side lot line. How do you determine that?
It's just at the time of construction, you're basically saying, this is going to be my front and this is going to be my side.
So it's just the way you choose to orient the building when,
Exactly, yeah. Uh, 16.
I mean, would it be helpful to say that? If that's, I mean, is that really the only consideration?
I know one of the things I ask for in those situations is which way does a house face? You know, how is that lot positioned on the property? Because, yeah, you still have to choose one being as the front, and you have to determine where that other side street lot line would be.
So is the person who's building it deciding, or is the city deciding? You know what I'm saying? Like, because I could see the city, like, if their neighborhood, you know, the other houses are oriented in a certain fashion, based on corners and things like that, I mean, is that on this, can the city say this is the way we want it? Or does it have to, or can they choose?
The city could definitely say, well, we think that, A Street should be the front because all the other houses on the block front on A Street. Ultimately, it's usually the applicant choosing in a situation like that, just to orient the house in a particular way, but the city certainly could express its preference. I mean, if you wanted to require that it would be facing the same direction as all the other houses on the block, you could do that.
I mean, I just think it
I
makes,
thought I read something where the front of the house is determined by the shorter of the lot.
It is, but in a case, so
This says equal footages.
yeah, we added one in case you had a square lot, so this,
Oh, a square lot.
you don't have an automatic front in that situation. And most communities just have this like established language in their ordinance, and it's sort of at the time of construction, you figure out which one's the front. If you want to be more certain that it's going to face a particular direction, then you would put something in there about that.
I just think it would, I mean, and maybe this is just me being weird, maybe it happens all the time and I just don't notice, but like if you had, like, let's say a longer block and you had, a bunch of houses in the middle of the block that are all facing in one direction, and then you get to the corner and it's a square lot, and now that's oriented on the other corner, and then the guy behind you is facing the other way, you know what I mean? Like, it's a very odd look, you know what I mean? Like, it's not conducive, it's.
But this is only in situations where it's equal footage.
Right.
So why
I
not
don't honestly
leave it up
know
to
how
the
many of those
property
there
owner?
are, but.
I just mean, I think that there should be a consideration for the character of the neighborhood, the orientation, just like we consider, surrounding homes when we look at setbacks and things. I mean, there is something to be, said for having, it look conducive with the neighborhood and not just be, well, whatever the heck they want. And I mean, I'm all for owners' rights and stuff, but I mean, it's kind of a permanent, very obvious thing.
Well, Lisa's heard me ask that question numerous times where I'll say, which benefits you? Because if it's equal, if everything is equal, and here it's only asking us to name one of them. So if you name one, the other one has to be named the side street line. So I think by leaving it, it still does give that option to kind of consider the neighborhood and consider how that home is placed. Because I think all it's trying to answer is where is that front? And on an equal one, we just let them
And
decide.
I do think in most cases, of course, there's the edge cases where you may have someone that just wants to be different, but I think a lot of people, when they're building a home, are likely to want to, conform to the. So I think giving the option is nice, I guess, is my.
I mean, but if you think about the orientation of your house, you might very much have a strong preference on what you look at. For example, my house, I sit on a corner, just in that same, I don't have a square lot, but let's just pretend that I do. If I look this way, I see a beautiful church. If I look this way, I look at a terrible old ragged house. I might have a strong preference, for which way I want to face, what I want to look at when I look out my windows. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I could see somebody having a strong preference and saying, well, maybe that's just not what I want to look at.
It's not like we have a lot of lots that are empty like that either.
Well, I know, but it's for the sake of,
Dennis?
I guess the question is, do you deny them their preference?
Regardless of how you do it, one neighbor's going to be looking at your back door, the other one's going to be looking at your side yard,
Right.
whether you do it one way or the other. Now, unless you want to try and differentiate based on average daily traffic numbers on the street to determine which one's primary, and we could beat this to death, but I think what they said is where it needs to be. Let the homeowner that's building decide.
Right.
well, no, my thought is in relationship to the neighborhood, not,
And typically, the most we see this is under the fence permits.
I'm sorry,
Really,
Terry.
the fence permits is really where we see this come up the most.
I'm sensitive to it because I'm on a corner. I'm just saying. There's a lot of things that are, you know, specifically delineated in here that are like, this is the side, this is how it is if it's the side, this is how it is if it's the front. So it dictates a lot of things.
I think in terms of if there's a choice to be made, it should be left up to the property owner, all things being equal. Because either way they go, the other street's going to be odd. So it doesn't matter which way they go, they're going to be conforming with one side or the other. They can't be doing both.
Well, no, I mean, not necessarily, just my Bertlock is a perfect example. You'd be right next to your a house facing the other way. When it comes to orientation, you can either flow with your neighbor or potentially not flow. It doesn't, I mean, it's not 6 of one, half dozen of the other. It's, in some instances, it's very much one way or another. I mean, either
Dennis?
you know, we care or we don't, but that's a different matter.
In a lot of the blocks in the city, you've got 2 rows of 5 lots. And in that case, if you're in a corner lot and you have 2 lots and it becomes square, I could see where rotating it 90 degrees from everybody else would be an issue. But you also have blocks that are bigger that have, you know, not just addresses on the name street, but also addresses on the numbered streets. And that would be where you would leave it up to the homeowner. I can see where Ashley's coming from on this, but once again, I agree that let the homeowner make the call.
And staff experience is that the homeowner will choose to face their house where the address will make sense.
I think we should make them put it on a 45.
There you go. For all those new builds that we have in this city. But Adam, I'm sorry, I don't track with what.
Okay, so whenever we do fence permits and we have that question come up, when we say, okay, so what side do you want to be your front? And they'll say they like to have the front considered to be their address, the street of their address.
Right, yeah, because existing buildings, you obviously have a front door already. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think this is more in terms of new builds. I mean, not that we really ever have them, but yeah, no, I mean, you're probably already going to have it established, obvious.
I really don't believe we have a ton of square corner lots.
Or 50 by 100, and if you get 2 side by side, that's 100 by 100. So it can occur, but in my experience, most of the times these occur in commercial districts more than residential districts.
I mean, that could get even more dicey though, couldn't it, with commercial? I mean, all right, I'm back with Dennis. Everybody's on a 45 from now on. I don't know. Me personally, I'm usually the one that says let them pick, but I think it affects, you know, the neighborhood. So I would say, but if nobody agrees, that's fine. I don't care. I mean, I care, but I don't care.
Mr. Chair, where are we at right now?
I was past Article 13, but Ashley, do you have anything between where we're at and Article 13?
Yeah, no,
Substantive?
we started in the middle and then started going forward, but we never started at the beginning. So I started back at the beginning. 13 yet.
13. Well, not 13 because that's the chart, so we'll be at 14. Page 54.
Let's go back to 50.
Pardon? 50? We were going to have a discussion on the chart separately from this discussion.
Yeah, I would say that's going to be a real meticulous thing because there's a lot.
Yep. And please let us all know when that's going to be, if anybody else can make that meeting, that would be appropriate.
However you guys want to do it, I just think that we should have a meeting just for that, because it's,
Adam and I are scheduling with you? Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, Schedule 14. Excuse me.
Oh,
Article
okay, so are
14,
we?
Schedule of Regulations, page 54.
I thought we were doing that at a different meeting, so are we doing it or are we not doing it? Or, oh, you're talking about the schedule, never mind, I retract.
Any comments on 14?
Okay, I do, and maybe I'm just misunderstanding, and hopefully I remember where I saw it, but the minimum setback for R1 rear, I thought there was a comment in the text that says it's a 20, but in the table it says 25.
25 in R1 and R2 now, so we didn't change it.
Yeah, no, I read some, I think I read it in the text, because then when I looked at it, I was like, where, but do you think I could find it? That's okay, I'll just find it and look at it, try to figure it out later, it's not a big deal. I do have a question, though, that's a little bit broader. When it talks about, when we look at setbacks, specifically below the table, I think that's where it was, hold on. And they go into all of this about, you know, if you're building and you have existing dwellings, oh yeah, waterfront lots, you know, then you can average, you know, the existing buildings depending on if they're vacant, if they're not vacant, yada, yada. Not to be that guy, but why isn't that kind of a thing everywhere? I mean, yeah, I get it on the waterfront, but I mean, setbacks in general, this is a broad question maybe, but like, why is it that when you're building a new building and you have existing buildings around it, I mean, isn't it kind of more aesthetically pleasing to have it be similar to what's around it over just some fixed number that's applicable to the entire city?
That's what B1 does. When dwellings erected on one or both sides of a lot have front yard setbacks less than the required front setback, the required front setback of the lot may be reduced to no less than the average front setback of the existing developed lot. Front yards on lots within 100 feet of on the same block. So you're trying to average when you've got like houses that are closer than the required setback. You're not requiring them to go the full setback if everybody else isn't already at it.
Right, but it's just, for me, it speaks to a broader question of like, if you're sometimes taking into account the buildings around you, why couldn't you always, like what's so special about the waterfront district versus every other district that where in just that specific district you would allow, you know, some room?
The
Where is it?
waterfront district is addressed in C, everything else is addressed in B above it.
Sorry, say that one more time.
The waterfront is addressed in C, every other situation is addressed in B.
Yeah, but the waterfront, that's where it talks about it. C2 is where they're talking about these. If one's vacant, then you do this, or you can add.
Yeah, and B1 also says the same thing for every other situation.
But broader than that, I'm just asking, in general, you know, why is that not an option for other districts? Why is it
option. It is an
only-
option for every other district. That's what B1 says.
I'm sorry, say that again.
B1 says it is an option everywhere else. It's just, we're being specific about the water frontage in C. In B, we're talking about every front yard in the entire city.
And I don't think this section has ever been used.
That's possible. It is an option, though.
Yeah, we don't build a lot of new stuff.
And the language is in the ordinance already. Even if it hasn't been used, it's been there for a long time.
Any other comments on Article 14? Let's move on to Article 15.
I do have a question on 15, under when required major or minor set plans, letter C. And it's kind of in this transitionary period of, you know, if you're getting a new ordinance or whatever, and you're getting this certificate, you know, and they say if, you know, I think this is the one where they're talking about if it's in due faith or in good faith. Like, is there a timetable for this? I mean, like, is there a limit to how long that can, you know what I'm saying?
Well, typically, the decision is valid for a year, and then you have to draw a building permit within that year. And then it's always been, once that building permit is taken out, that the building code follows the schedule, because they have to either apply for an extension of that building permit or start again with a building permit. So that's typically of where we see that.
So basically, after a year, it becomes null and void and you have to start all over again? Is that what you're saying?
If they didn't put a shovel in the ground or no building permit, then yeah.
But
I
there's,
think it was
We have it
changed to
here.
2 years now.
Section, yeah, we changed it to 2 years. It's page 63, 122-15.9, validity.
I'm sorry, where, Adam?
Page 63, section 122-15.9, validity. It's up on the screen,
Yes,
too.
I see it.
Yeah, and I can tell you, this will change our department significantly because of the ability to have a zoning enforcement officer. This has always been the biggest challenge, is we spend a lot of time getting things ready for the Planning Commission with a staff report, getting all the maps and pictures. And then at the tail end of all that, you know, it's always difficult to get out there and make sure that all those inspections were done. So with the ability to have the zoning enforcement officer and the fact that this new ordinance is requiring us to do a zoning permit, that these two items will become habit, where, okay, we start off with a zoning permit, and then once they have that, and then if they do get the approvals or the building permit, then eventually they will get a zoning compliance certificate.
And this is kind of adapted from a workflow that I've been a part of in a different jurisdiction, and I think it worked really well. It was beneficial for staff, very much, you know, it had a really clear kind of ending, and also I think that the public and developers appreciated having a clear end. It was very clear when the process was complete. Currently, the end is sort of a fuzzy place, and I think that, you know, myself, I'm strongly in support of this in general, having the permit with the certificate at the end.
I think it's really nice as somebody who does projects and things, it is nice to have like a final rubber stamp, you know, that says everything's great, everything's good, everything's exactly the way we want it, and you're good. You don't have to worry about it at all after this. No, I think it's a great, I agree.
Yep.
All that to say, I agree.
Can I make a note in 15.2, we reference review is required per item 122-15.2 or parentheses B. Should that not be changed to C? Because we added the permit in that new language in B, and I think, and the compliance certificate was B before.
It is C now, yep. Yeah, because we added the zoning permit.
Right, so that should be C up there.
Yep.
I like the way the flow of this works. I can see where it would be a much smoother process for staff to administer.
And I think, like Terry said, now that we have a zoning enforcement officer, I think this will lend itself, well to our department and
That's gonna help,
staffing.
right?
Okay, I'm sorry. This was first. Doug.
Dennis? Thank
Just
you.
a quick question. Are there going to be any reports as part of these approvals so that the commission gets an idea of what's going on through your office, Terry?
Who would know?
Us. Would it be part of the annual report?
Well, we do list each of the cases under annual report, so that would be an opportunity somewhat to do it there, whether
More
it.
pertinent time-wise.
I mean, you're talking something more in real time, like on an ongoing basis, right?
I don't want to step on Terry's toes. I want him to have this flexibility, but I also like to know what's being approved.
Well, that kind of leads into one of the questions I had that were still on page 57, which is, if I'm understanding this correctly, that if it's under 4,000 square feet in any zone in the city, it can be administratively approved? Okay, I remember talking about it, but I don't remember where we landed, but can you?
We had a higher number initially, and I think we landed at 4,000, yeah. And then we bifurcated it for the industrial districts.
Now, the one thing I questioned, I might have brought this up in one of our meetings. If I did, I don't remember it. But even the current ordinance says all uses. But if something is permitted and they're going into an existing building, we have always just administratively said, okay, that's fine. But
Yeah.
here, I guess it's causing us that anything is now gonna fit into one of these categories.
Site plans, it says under A that a site plan is not required for a change of use to a permitted use without exterior modifications to the site, so I think you're covered there. If you're going
Okay.
from one permitted use to another, you don't have to, if you're not changing the site or the building, you don't have to,
A2.
A2.
To get back to Dennis's point, monthly, I think, might not be, or quarterly. Is that something you're thinking about?
What do you think, Terry? How often do you need to update us on these things? Because these don't hit every month.
Yeah, I know the Historic District Commission, they give authority to the Historic Preservation Officer, and the act, does have like a quarterly, I think is, for the ones that HPO has approved. So either quarterly or every 6 months.
Might also suggest that may be a question that we wrap our zoning enforcement officer into to think about, how is workflow? Because I think part of it is he's going to be doing this work in a software, and we're not quite at the point of how we're going to integrate that into the software, which can generate reports and whatnot. So I think maybe can we readdress that question after we maybe speak with
I don't think we need to
Jeff.
codify it. You guys know what my concern is. I'm sure you'll handle it.
Well, my question, Dennis, would be, are you wanting to be updated on, things that are coming down the pipeline that we're eventually going to see, or are you just trying to be updated on the things that would be administratively approved? The latter?
Right.
I mean, because other than the annual report, we've never really been informed in any other way, have we?
There haven't been that many administrative decisions that have been made. We've codified now something that's going to be happening a lot more often than has happened before. So I think it's an appropriate request to have that feedback to us to see how it's working.
Yeah, at this point in the year, I think we've done one administrative approval, so.
Well, and I'm sorry, Doug, I thought what we were moving towards having us see more of the things and having Terry see, or do you just mean generally speaking? Because remember we had that conversation last month or the month before, I don't even remember anymore, where we changed things on what Terry, whether it should come to us, or we had that whole conversation. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Right.
Okay.
That was,
So I thought that
This is
in
where
that
we're at.
case, it was coming to us more and Terry less. So I guess I don't understand what you're saying.
that's not on this section. That was on other uses not specifically mentioned in the ordinance, I believe, that gave a lot more authority to staff for administrative review, and we pushed back on that and asked for it to come back to us. And
Correct.
they have made that change.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, that's page 38, and
I believe you. Now that he said it, I remember.
I will note that staff is actually, I think we have agreed we're kind of against that, but it's the will of the commission, so.
You said page 38?
Page 38, number 3.
Right at the top of page 38.
Yeah, I remember that whole thing. Actually, and I like the way we didn't really get specific on the way you laid it out, Joe, but when I was reading it, I was thinking, oh, that's better than I thought it would be. No, I'm still in support of this language for the record.
The only reason I think Adam and I were talking about it quite a bit is because of what goes into a special use, and start, having the thought that, well, if we can't decide, it all goes to the special use category. I guess we were just kind of questioning increasing all of that public notice and the letters and everything that goes along with a special use.
But I remember Joe and I kind of talking and I think agreeing, if I'm remembering, that it shouldn't come up that much because most things are going to fit nicely in, most of the, how many new businesses do people come up with that are completely outside of something that doesn't exist, and that if it's similar to another business, you have the authority to throw it into one of these categories. So it's really only in the instance that some crazy new business that no one has ever come up with before, that isn't represented comes up, and that's not likely.
I think if there's a way to give staff still the discretion to bring it, if it seems that it's impactful enough, but yeah.
Well, how would we handle our current situation on Washington? So that would have to come to them.
And I would argue that's one we want to bring to them, so.
Gary, I'm thinking more along the lines of the old Jamie's on Broadway that became the tire shop. That would be something that would be entirely within your purview. I agree with that.
Yep.
But I'm pretty sure convenience stores have been done before.
Yep.
I think we're still on 58. I think that's where we were. Number under E, for major site plans. Hold on, let me make sure I make sense to myself. The establishment. Oh, ones that are just automatically, based on what you're building, you need a major site plan. And it says, number 3 is the establishment of a new condominium development or the amendment of an existing condo. With that same thought in mind, you know, wouldn't you also want to throw in like apartments? I mean, does it really matter whether you own it or whether you rent it? Either way, we should look at it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the buildings are going to be the same. It's just who owns it in the end. Are they individually owned or are they rented? What difference does it make? At the end of the day, we'd still want to look at it, wouldn't we?
Well, a condominium could be a subdivision as well. It doesn't necessarily have to be a multifamily building.
Oh, like attached townhomes or something?
I mean, I think, I guess the trigger right now is the size from 1 or 2 that would push a multifamily toward you.
I mean, I guess, what's the difference in this context?
Well, I think part of the reason that we're saying condo development is because when you modify those documents, there's a master deed and bylaws involved. There are some recordation things involved, and I think that if you have a set of condominium documents that are governing a condominium, the site plan for that is going to be an exhibit to those documents, so you want to have that going through a public process when it's being established or when it's being modified in a significant way. Because you're dividing land in a lot of cases.
Okay, so that's the spirit of this, is more just the oversight of
Right.
more of that. That's news to me. I never thought we would care, but thank you for clearing that up. Something I want to bring up, and I think I've talked about it before, and it actually comes up in 2 different places. But I think when we're sitting here and we're looking at site plans, and one thing I notice on a lot of these site plans of questions that we have that we don't have the information that we need is a lot of, and we're guessing, we're sitting there playing the scale game, of like, okay, this is like how many feet, and we're trying to guess, and I didn't bring my ruler. But one thing that would be helpful, in my opinion, to add to these lists of requested information, so whether you're looking at, the pre-application information that they're submitting, or whether you're going all the way to the next page on 61, where, this is like what it has to have by the time it gets to us. One thing or 2 things to me that seem to get missed, and I think the lighting, now that I went further, I think that gets addressed, because aren't we now requiring some sort of...
Yeah, there's a photometric plan.
So I think that one was addressed. But the other one that drives me absolutely nutty when we look at these, that would be so easy, is the relationship of the buildings to each other. They put the dimensions of all of, and it's not just buildings even, they give you the dimensions of these various pieces, but they're never the dimensions, it's the way they relate to each other. So when we're looking at, I don't know, I don't have a great example. But when you're trying to, you're looking at a site plan, you're trying to figure out, is this following, our rules or not? Is it, how many feet away from the fence is it, or whatever, whatever it is, whether it be a building or a dumpster or something, we never know what those dimensions are. It's always just like, let me look at this small picture and then try to guess based on this scale, when we're only looking at this much space on a piece of paper. It's just not horribly specific.
Well, that shouldn't be happening on a major site plan, though. Yeah, we should be seeing that on a major site plan.
It happens all the time where I'm like, how far is this from the fence? How far is this from the property line? And I think I even listed somewhere, buildings and the relationship, lot lines and other buildings. I don't think it was here. Hold on a second.
Dennis?
Speaking as a professional, when a professional prepares a site plan, they're aware of the ordinance requirements, and they go out of their way to make sure those dimensions are shown. Setbacks, any kind of other, space requirement is taken care of. I understand where Ashley's coming from, because we get some of these things that look like they were sketched on the back of a napkin, and those can be aggravating, but I don't think there's any way we can do anything more with that, because we're dealing with non-professionals in those cases.
I'm not talking about like these hand-drawn ones. I'm talking about blueprints. I can go back to at least 5 different architectural sets of, or I'm sorry, not blueprints, site plans, done by professionals where it does not speak on paper. We could say, oh, well, we're going to take his word for it. I'll ask him, okay, how many feet is it? And he's like, well, I think it's 10. We could take their word for it, but I never see anywhere on paper in black and white for the record them saying this is how far it's going to be from the property lines and this is how long it's going to be or how far it's going to be from other buildings. Those things are never on paper. So it's kind of just we take their word for it when they say, well, I measured.
Tell you what, can you bring in some examples when we do have that meeting?
I absolutely can,
All
because
right,
I wouldn't even have
thank
to
you.
dig that
I'd like
hard.
to see those.
I would
It
like to
happens
point
all
out,
the time, because I literally sit here and I'm like, oh, why isn't it? It should be right here.
we have the discretion to postpone action on any item that has a deficient site plan, in our opinion. If it's not something that information we need to make a decision, we can table it. We can
And
postpone it.
I understand that, but as somebody who doesn't like to send people away, and they're gonna sit there and say, well, it's about 10 feet. I'd like to know on paper before they even get here that that's actually been measured, rather than them just guessing in the moment because they didn't even know we were gonna ask that question. I'd rather have it on paper so we know. I don't think when you have as intricate of architectural drawings as we have, that it wouldn't be that hard to say from this lot line to this closest point of this building is 10 feet, from this to this point. And I'm not talking about every single thing, every tree, everything. No, screw that, who cares? I'm just talking about the really major points of lot lines to the closest part of a building, or anything that we have a regulation that says, we need to make sure that this meets that regulation. We should know that dimension, it should be on paper, and we should not be taking their word for it.
Well, and that's why we ask for sealed drawings, so that there is a professional supposedly putting these together based upon our criteria. And if they don't do it, we don't act on it.
Well,
Or we can reject
it's not there. I would say 90% of the time. I look for it and I'm like, nope, not there. I have to use my finger.
Adam? Joe?
So, we can just add an item there that says all setbacks and dimensions related to meeting ordinance requirements, and then you can cite it as missing information that's required. They should be showing it to you anyway, because they gotta meet the setbacks, but yeah, we'll just add an item to the table that says all setbacks and dimensions related to meeting ordinance requirements, and then if they don't have that information on there, you can say you have an incomplete site plan.
Yeah, that's sensical. Yep. Because they do make a comment of location on the plant, but that's not even specific enough.
Yes.
I'm looking at 122.15.5, item E, page 60.
Paragraph E, did you say?
Correct. And I'm looking at it in relation to item 27 on page 62. Because item 27 points out a specific roadway that has had a traffic study done and a corridor study done by MDOT, unlike other roads in the city that are under the jurisdiction of MDOT. So as I'm looking at item E, obtain all necessary federal, state, and county permits. Now, we've had a situation in the past where MDOT was not notified of a project that was occurring on an M road. And it was approved, and MDOT had no idea the project was going in. This is the gas station on Salzburg across from the A&W, the old A&W. And I happened to stumble into the job and caught an earful from Don Hunley at MDOT. Terry was aware of what was going on. I'm looking at this and I'm wondering, Terry, do we need to have something in here specifically saying roads under the jurisdiction of MDOT?
Well, we would route it to MDOT. The one that you're speaking of was a COVID event. It was during Zoom meetings. The applicant was informed about MDOT, get a hold of MDOT. They're the ones that failed to. The plan went forward, but that was all during a time that City Hall was closed down. We were doing Zoom meetings. Because I know the circumstance, and I know Mr. Hunley had asked me for accountability, and I told him exactly that. I felt in no way did I not do my duty. The applicant didn't do their duty. It was during the time of COVID that actually created the unusual circumstance, too.
No, I understand. It's just, you know, we're saying all these other permits as a coverall. And we're not actually saying MDOT, you know, roads under the jurisdiction of MDOT, which in Bay City we have several. And if there's any kind of development on those roads, you know this, and you're probably going to say something in the pre-app meeting. But do we need to have anything in this list that specifically states you need to contact MDOT if you're on an M road?
I don't think it would hurt, yeah.
Well, I mean, it already says all necessary federal, state, and county permits. That would cover MDOT. That's a state permit.
No, I understand. As a coverall, it's a wonderful statement. But in this instance, with my experience, I would want to have something in here that specifically tells them, if you're on an M road, you need to get an MDOT permit, make sure that's taken care of.
And now we have a compliance officer who will be able to follow up on that, right?
Well, and Dennis, and I'm sorry, I only caught part of it. Are you saying that this gentleman, I forget what you said his name was upset that Terry didn't tell him, as if the city had some sort of obligation that they weren't fulfilling? Is that the impression he was under?
What happened is it was approved by the Planning Commission, and by getting Planning Commission approval without having a permit from MDOT, he had no recourse to enforce the things that MDOT does in terms of drive approaches and stuff. He would have had to sue the city in order to get the compliance.
I get what you're saying, but what was his expectation?
Simply notification of the project.
From whom?
From Terry is where he was going, but I'm saying it should be the responsibility of the engineer or architect that's proposing the plan. And that's why I'd like to see something in here other than just Euclid, but all M roads.
Is that if it were to fall on them, which I appreciate taking work off Terry's plate, but I do see a risk in that once you're, you know, making them responsible for it, is MDOT and these other people, are they gonna, you know, take issue if they don't do it?
Well, one of the things, because I have spoken to MDOT about this, and one of the things I'm now doing is on the site plan review list, MDOT is included on any of them. And then Don knows that if it doesn't pertain to him, he'll either just ignore it or send me a quick email that says, you know, it doesn't pertain. But he's now on the contact list for every site plan that goes out. Before he wasn't. It was only if, okay, you got to remember if it's on an MDOT trunk line to, you know, copy somebody else. But now he gets it automatically.
So it's just a current list of everything that's, you know, that we have that's currently, you know, under review, and he's just sent in a list of various departments that need to be informed, or not departments, but you know what I'm saying, various contacts that need to be informed. Is that what you're saying?
Right, because we have a couple of lists. Has to be because the right-of-way ordinance is a little bit different. The utility cabinet ordinance is a little bit different. So you do reference those specific ordinances. And in this case, you know, it seems to have been been working. But I do appreciate, the thought of lightening up the load, because that is always needed.
Well, the developer has to get a permit from MDOT if
Right.
MDOT is requiring a change in their drive approach
Right.
or a closure of a drive approach. So it's incumbent upon the developer or the developer's engineer to make that contact. But what we had is a situation where they assumed that because the drive was already there, they didn't have to talk to MDOT. And it's
That's-
all the way through the planning process and got approved without MDOT being notified.
Well, that was a bad assumption.
It sounds like Terry's on top of it. I'm just going to say, good, we're going ahead.
Yep. Yeah, and this does go back some years that, we do have kind of I think it's even a written agreement that we will notify each other, or that we'll notify them.
Any other comments on 15?
I have a question that maybe maybe it's a quick answer, I don't know. On section 15.11, at the very bottom of page 63, it says, where they're talking about nonconformities, and it says, however, it may be necessary to accept the persistence of some nonconformities on a given site, acceptance of nonconformities, blah, 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 blah. What are some of those considerations?
Say you have a building that was built before the setbacks were put in place, and now there's a 40-foot setback in the front, and their building's only 30 feet off the right-of-way.
Yeah, the physical limitations of the existing building. Is there anything other than that?
There could be other things. It could be that you just don't have enough parking on the site and you can't possibly put more on there. So that could be one potential nonconformity. We have a few things where we set thresholds, like if you're not doing a certain amount of the lighting, you can just make the new lighting compliant and the old lighting can stay. But if you're going over a certain threshold, all the lighting has to become compliant. So you really are looking at the practical aspects of the site and saying, all right, we can bring these things into compliance. These are things that can't be brought into compliance from a practical standpoint. So we're going to allow those nonconformities to persist while everything else comes up to speed.
But it's pretty much limited to your physical limitations.
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah, there's no other, okay. That was my question, that's it.
Yeah. You're not going to you really can't consider finance as a limitation. It's going to be something related to the site, the characteristics of the site itself.
I didn't know if there was validity in, it's been this for X amount of years, or, whatever, is there some other, argument to be said for, the history of something? You know what I'm saying? That's what I was kind of sort of.
Now, this acceptance of nonconformities, still, I think the example I'm thinking of, because we don't have any authority over MDOT, so we can't overrule them, so to say. Perfect example is the Tory Jackson at the former Jamie's. I asked him, first he came in, we went through the fact that the quickest way might be the Zoning Board of Appeals. The Zoning Board of Appeals said, no, this looks like a property that should be rezoned. So we went through the rezoning process. Then when it came to site plan review, so we're in the final step of, 5-6 months, both the engineering department and MDOT came back with conditions that the drive approach on Broadway had to be completely rebuilt, all the concrete removed. On the side street, which had an extremely long curb opening, I'm talking maybe 40 foot of a curb opening, all of that had to be ripped out and only one access drive. That's why Tory Jackson sold the property, because he could not meet the engineering requirements. And we had meetings with the city engineer, my director and myself. The only thing we got out of that meeting is she'll allow them to go a year. And that was the most she would give. But if not, you're looking at engineers given a requirement that was going to probably cost this developer probably about $25,000 to $30,000.
I mean, is it something that if they would have known in the front end that, you know, he could have modified his site plan to come in off the other roads or something? I mean, was there, I mean, because it sounds like basically they just painted him into a corner. I mean, because, you know, if there was a, you know, an order of operations that maybe could have gone better, that's one thing. But, I mean, it sounds like it just, they were stuck on whatever they were stuck on, and that's what it was going to be, and he was just kind of SOL.
Well, in order to get their approval, they would have had to, you know, in order for them to sign off, that was the requirement.
The planning commission's willingness to give and take is not a guarantee of other agencies' willingness to give and take. I mean, that's just kind of a reality of development.
Both MDOT and the city engineer have dimensional requirements for driveways.
Exactly.
40-foot wide drive opening is an invitation to chaos. So I can understand where she was coming from. When it comes to MDOT, they're a pain in the butt to deal with. They want to close as many driveways as they can, and any driveways that remain, you have to make them one of their M openings so that it actually complies with their current design standards. I sympathize with Terry on that because, yeah, it was a heck of a burden to put on that individual, but I've got to deal with the same thing every day, so I understand that as well.
It's almost like we should refer applicants to MDOT to begin with to see if there are going to be obstacles they can't.
Well, that's kind of what I mean when I was talking about order of operations. Like, should, you know, that be more, if we know they're more rigid, but is Terry, you know, when he sends his communications, you know, and saying this is, you know, and that's more specific, but, you know, is that giving them the opportunity, you know, to say, hey, make sure that you're doing this, you know, as far as the upfront?
Yeah, they have been invited and have attended pre-application meetings. So yeah, they would be invited to a pre-application meeting, so that would be an opportunity to have MDOT or even myself say you need to get a hold of MDOT too.
And that kind of thing is the entire reason there's a mandatory pre-application conference in the first place, so that we can say,
right,
before you go any further, make sure MDOT is good with, or the road commission is okay with your driveway. Because, you know, that might be an issue down the road, but if everybody's coming in for these mandatory pre-application conferences, when they have a plan, that's the opportunity right there.
I mean, how often, Terry, I mean, in your, I mean, just ballpark of your number of cases that would apply, you know, would need some sort of MDOT approval at some point in the process, how many of them, you know, are actually willing to come to a pre-application meeting? I mean, would that be pulling teeth for them to come every single time? Or, you know, is that asking too much? Or
no,
is that
on the bigger
normal?
projects, that's, you know, exactly what happens. We do, you know, have that pre-application meeting. A lot of times it's the first time we're being introduced to, you know, the applicants, the team that is going to be working on the site plan. So yeah, that would be the time to do all of that engagement.
If that, you know, and it sounds like, you know, that this could be a potential problem again, you know, does it make sense to put that as part of, you know, something in here saying, you know, that we should reach out to them for this step in the process, you know, putting it more.
Yeah, well, I think Joe did comment that it does say, you know, any other agencies, and that would include MDOT.
Yeah, I mean, that was in a different section, but yeah, I mean, I just think making it a point to say that at that point in the process is when they should be contacted, so they're not getting to here yet, and we already know, at least have an idea of what they expect before they get all the way here, versus getting it in the back end when they've already got their site plan, they've already done all the things, and now, oh crap, we have to start, you know. I mean, I just think there's value in adding it to that portion of the process in writing, saying this is when they should be contacted, versus where I think it is now, which is more after the fact. Go ahead, Dennis.
Dennis?
I think we're putting too fine a point on it. They've got CYA language. Terry's aware of what needs to be done. Don will get invited because Terry's going to send him the drawings, so they'll understand what's going on there. The only issue I have is, Terry, you need to be aware, if you do an administrative approval and the property is on an M road, any change of use, regardless if it goes from retail to retail, retail to commercial, whatever, Don is going to want to look at that. So anytime you've got an M road address, you have to get Don involved.
So I think in this version, though, all site plan approval, minor or major, pre-application's required. So there shouldn't be any, opportunity for them to slip past without being, I mean, this is part of our normal process is to obviously check the road that they're on, so.
I trust you guys. I just want to make sure we got our bases covered. Thank you.
Understood, thanks.
And for the record, I wasn't saying you didn't. I'm just saying, I think that's when they should.
Well, it's abundantly clear in the, I think, now in all cases,
Joe, I did have a note myself on 122.15.10, which is right on that same page 63. There were some standards for review of a site plan to determine whether or not it did have to go back to the Planning Commission. There were 4 standards. I don't see that in here anymore. It was in 122.331 is where the previous reference was to that. I don't know if we could pull that up real quick if you already have it open, or you have the current ordinance open? It was Adam. Okay, never mind.
I'm sorry, Terry, can you repeat those numbers? I missed.
It was 122.331 was site plans for, amendments to approved site plans. Yeah, an amendment. So, 1.
It's referring you back to the procedures up top, so it should be covered now. All those criteria should be covered now when you go back up to the procedures that govern any site plan coming in. You're going to be able to determine whether it's major or minor based on what they're proposing to do. So it's going to go back through the major or it's going to go through the major process if it's a major change, and it's going to go through the minor process if it's a minor change.
So even if it went to the Planning Commission, it doesn't have to go back to the Planning Commission if it's a minor?
Yeah, if they're just making a small change to the site plan. If they're making a very large change or something really significant, then it is going to come back to PC. You're just checking it against the same minor and major threshold as everything else.
Am I seeing that on page 58, item E? Or were you referring to different verbiage?
Who, me?
Yes.
Yeah, that was just on an amendment to an approved site plan. Yeah. Because I've had to go through, each of those 4 standards and answer each of those questions. And as soon as it was no, then I didn't have to take it back through site plan review. So if I was to go back and read this, would that give me a quick answer too? As quick as this one, or is it a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, you just start back at the top of the article, and if you get through A and it seems like it doesn't meet anything in A, then you're onto major and minor site plans, and then you're just determining whether or not it's major or minor.
Yep.
Okay, anything else on Article 15? Let's move on to 16, special land uses.
$17?
Sorry, 17. No. 16.
16.
16's pretty short, no questions. I've got to look up. I'm sorry, Dennis.
I'm looking at page 65 at the bottom, 122, 16.6 validity under item A. Upon written request, an extension of 1 year may be granted by the planning department for good cause shown. The question I have in that case is, the permit is good for 2 years, and then they can ask for an extension. What happens if the 2 years expires before they ask for the extension?
I've seen different communities deal with that differently. Most communities essentially, if 2 years slip by and the department realizes that you've got an expired approval, usually the community contacts the applicant and says, hey, what's going on? And gives them the opportunity to come in and ask for an extension. You prefer to get someone coming in asking for an extension before their site plan expires. But usually that's the approach I've seen communities take, is just to say, hey, come in and ask for an extension if they realize that something's passed. You don't necessarily have to do that. You could just tell someone, hey, you have an expired site plan and you can't move forward unless you get reapproved. It's usually left up to a matter of policy.
I mean, Terry, you usually kind of know what's hanging out still, right? I mean,
Yes and no. I mean, sometimes you do forget about some of these, and sometimes you realize they never did pull a building permit, and they...
well, you'd know, especially if you're having to report it, you'd know with these new certificates or whatever we're calling them,
Right.
You know, you would know which ones didn't have that.
Right, yeah, we are developing, outside of all this, some internal forms and different things to kind of keep us moving. I know the zoning compliance and zoning permit, we're gonna get some examples, and then we even talked about internally about how to track our cases a lot differently than how they have been. And because so much of this is now going into a program called PZE, and the PZE is on the BSNA, and we have to daily enter notes and comments about anything that is going on about our property. So eventually, each day, all these notes will continue to be added to the property, and I guess that's the best we can do.
Eventually,
so
you
you
should be able to basically set an alarm that says, oh, 2 years is coming up, and then you can reach out to the person.
I was just going to say that with tech the way it is now, that should be a
Right.
fairly easy thing to schedule some sort of reminder.
Right, we haven't done it in the past, but we would like to do that in the,
I think I missed the beginning of this, but the whole workflow should be like staged and kind of automated in a sense, you know, with
now that we
with the
have
reminders.
3 positions, yeah, that will work a little bit better, a lot better.
Yeah, once we get the new, we're we're using BSNA now, but once, we haven't leaned into it so hard because we're kind of waiting for this before we put a lot of effort into reconfiguring, but I'm confident that we're going to be able to get the workflow, more or less, I don't know, automated, but clearly outlined within the software to help guide the process and the timing.
And I mean, at the end of the day, if all normal systems fail, it is still kind of on them. They know how long their stuff is good for. I mean, worst case scenario, you just have to nicely say, sorry, you should have been paying attention. I mean,
And we deal with the marijuana applications, so they have a renewal that, they have to get on the ball, and I think Lisa has to send them reminders about it.
and I'm sure your certificate, that you're issuing at the end is going to say something to the effect of, an X amount of time from, 2 years from this date, this is the date that it expires, don't let it slip.
And that was always included on the decision form that they would receive to, have that on the bottom, close out the letter.
All good for 16? Want to move on to 17? This is a biggie.
Oh, hold on. This section 122-362, was that stricken just because it was moved, or was that stricken because we changed a process, or what was the? Like, is it not going to the ZBA?
Yeah, that was a process that was changed. That's a zoning enabling act thing.
Okay, so now instead of the ZBA, it's going to Terry? Well, the zoning department?
It would go to a circuit court if there was some, and that's on the approval of the special land use specifically. So the use. So if you've got like things that are, like there's a setback that doesn't meet the requirement, that could still go to the ZBA because that's a dimensional thing. It's the decision on the use itself that can't go to the Zoning Board of Appeals. And like I said, that's a Michigan Zoning Enabling Act thing.
So the buck stops with us in that regard when it comes to use.
Exactly, yeah. The ZBA isn't then weighing in and saying, no, actually, that use can happen here. If they think that you made the wrong decision on their use, they go straight to a circuit court.
Kind of like it. I see the logic in it.
Was that an amendment to the Enabling Act?
I'm trying to remember when that happened. I mean, I think this 362 language predates the most recent version of that language in the act. So that's part of the issue there.
Yeah, and there's good reason not to send special land use approvals by the Planning Commission to the ZBA, because then you're kind of pitting two boards against one another too. Don't want to do that again, no.
Me either. I have a question on page 67 with current projects in the back of my brain, or not current, but, well, I guess current in that they're not done yet. But they're listing under A here, all these considerations for reduction of parking requirements. And the gentleman who came before us about the, from the Housing Authority about the development on Columbus, and they had kind of demonstrated that they've had similar type buildings, and they had a history, and they, is there any way that we can, and I was trying to quickly rack my brain on what that language could look like, but is there any way to kind of show like a proven history or some sort of something that they can provide that says, I've built this type of building before and this is all the more that we needed,
because that was pretty compelling. And it was, to me, that was my biggest hurdle with that project. And when I looked at his numbers, it was significantly different than our, the requirements. So, we're talking like almost, I think it was less than half, so it was a huge amount. And I know that that's the community, that's one of their biggest fears is the parking situation. So I think it's worth, at least asking the question, is there any way to fold in something to that effect? Because technically under these, these here, those weren't any of these. So.
The applicant has demonstrated through a parking study or other means deemed sufficient by the approving body that the required off-street parking is excessive. I think
Other means
I think
is
what you're
that-
describing would be other means.
Okay.
If they can bring you.
Kinda missed that.
Like, I've built 14 of these things, and I need this much parking for them. You could look at that and say, okay, that's sufficient.
And that's exactly what he did, and gave numbers and everything. So, yeah, okay, yeah, I missed that.
Now, I did have a recent conversation about something similar. If you turn to page 76, right above Article 18, number 8 there, I thought that was referring to any parking space, but no, this is specific to loading area. But what you're describing, this, if we were to allow this for parking, then I guess it would eliminate the need to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a parking variance.
We've more or less done that by providing the minimum and maximum guidelines, because you've got some pretty low minimums, and I think you're probably going to be, and also lots of other ways to reduce the parking. I think you're going to be in pretty good shape if it comes down to being able to reduce parking to the right number. And then loading is a requirement that not enough ordinances allow waivers on loading. So we wanted to get that in there. But you've really got a lot of different avenues to reduce parking pretty heavily in this section 17.4, or sorry, 17.3. And of course, you've got 3 districts where you don't require parking too, C1, C2A, and C3.
Which seems like they'd be all the districts that you would need loading areas in anyway. I'm crazy.
Well, you definitely want loading in your M1 and M2.
Oh, yes, that's true. But from a residential standpoint, unless you had a high rise or something where you wanted a drop off area.
Yeah, loading's not really required for residential uses, but we've got some loading requirements, and there simply are a lot of businesses that just don't need massive loading areas. They're never going to have a semi truck pulling in or something. So we wanted to give you the ability to say, look, we're going to approve a smaller loading area, a parking space as a loading spot or something like that.
A question on page 74, right in the middle, under C, you've got in red illustration pending approval of language.
Mm-hmm.
So how is that going to work in terms of taking the ordinance to the city commission? Yeah, did they approve
that
the
means
language first and then you do the illustration, or?
That means the planning commission being okay with it.
Okay.
Yeah, so we actually do have that illustration ready to go and just plug in there. I have a version of the draft that has it in it already. It wasn't in there when this was originally sent to you, but
you've got it now.
That is a completed illustration at this point.
Okay.
Can we see it? Not right this moment.
I
but
have
I just
it
mean
with me actually. If you
no, I don't mean tonight. I just mean you know, we're sending over the map and some other thing, I mean, sooner rather than later if it's finished.
You need top secret security clearance.
Yeah, I do have it, if you do want to see it.
Well, I actually am in the CIA, so, you know. Oops.
Sheila?
78. Okay.
18.3 on page 78.
Mm-hmm.
The RMs, you noted RM1 and RM2. Should just be RM.
Oh, there's just one RM district now, yeah, okay.
Can I ask a really stupid question? Why do we not do landscaping requirements in C1 and C2? Like, why are commercial, like really highly trafficked commercial businessy district, why are there no, I mean,
There's no front yard in those districts, generally speaking. The buildings are right up to the lot line. And they take up pretty much the whole lot, all through C1 and C3, because that's like your downtown and then the little, I forget the street name, the other little, yeah. The buildings basically take up the whole lot in those districts.
thanks, wasn't looking at the map, so, you know. It's all hypothetical in my head.
I have a question on 80.
Okay.
The interior landscaping. So what does that mean that off-street parking areas containing more than 50 spaces shall be provided with at least 20 square feet of interior landscaping per space?
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean if you have 51 spaces, you have to have 1,020 square feet of interior landscaping?
Right, so you'd wind up with a couple of parking island, like end islands on parking rows. Right.
While we're discussing curbs, can we go back to page 71? At the top of the page, under item C, curb height is called out as 4 inches. The majority of the curbs I install are 6 inches tall. Are we creating a problem for ourselves here?
Sorry, page 71.
What are you referring to again, Dennis?
Say that again?
What are you referring to again?
Very top paragraph C.
C, okay.
Typically, my thickened edge walk is going to have a 6-foot step up at the parking space. And like I said, my curbs are going to be MDOT spec, so they're going to be 6 inches tall. We're calling out 4 inches. Not sure if that's going to be an issue or not.
Well, isn't that just an example? I mean, that's not actually stating anything. Wrong thing.
Six-inch curb to get up to a sidewalk you're talking about?
Say that again?
A 6-inch curb to get up to a sidewalk you're talking about?
Like I said, when you're looking here, it says a 4-inch high sidewalk that's 7 feet wide. I typically make my sidewalk 7 feet wide so that I can get the 2-foot overhang.
Right.
But they're 6 inches tall. My curbs are 6 inches tall. We're calling out 4 inches, so we're calling out for a special curb or a special height adjustment here. I'd like to see the 4 inches changed to 6 inches or less. I mean, we could say that, I suppose.
I mean, I don't see a problem with changing it to 6 inches.
I mean, it's not really dictating anything anyway, but I get what you're saying, like, at least use a proper example. But I mean, Dennis, whatever makes you happy.
Okay.
Oh, and forgive me, because I haven't read this section in a few weeks, but page 79. And we're looking at dividing medians. And I don't, I'm not a civil engineer, so I don't sit there and go out and measure medians because that's weird. But 10 feet seems like really wide for a minimum. Especially, hold on. And it's specifically to driveways, maneuvering lanes, service roads, and private roads, you're gonna be driving really slow anyway. Like I could get a big-ass median, or excuse me, a big median if you were going at a really high speed, but we're talking about driveways, maneuvering lanes, service roads, and private roads. And then requiring a 10-foot curbed median. That just seems like a lot.
I think you got to take into account the fact that they're going to be dropping a tree in the middle of this, and you want to have room for the roots.
That's fair.
And I don't know how many medians you necessarily have at this point, but this is an existing standard.
Well, and it begs the question, why are we, okay, if they're driveways, so private residents, private roads, service roads and maneuvering lanes, I mean, why are we even requiring anything of them? Much less landscaping with big trees.
Well, we're not actually requiring it. It's only where they're putting in a median. It doesn't actually say you need to put in a median.
Well, but when you're gonna do it, it's gotta be 10 feet and it's gotta have a tree in it? I mean, It just seems a little silly for things that aren't really city public roads anyway. Is that crazy?
Like I said, I don't know how many of these you actually have in town. I mean, I don't know how long this standard's been in the ordinance. It's probably been in there a while, but I don't know how many medians you really even have. You don't have a whole lot of super large sites or wide.
Right, like that you would have a service road, so I don't know when maneuvering lanes would come up, but I mean, I don't know, it just seems like a lot. I mean, I guess if it doesn't happen, what does it matter, but.
I mean, I think,
Yeah, I can't think of a place where that happens.
I think they are trying to account for tree planting and making sure that the trees have a place they can live.
Did a gas station convenience store with a drive-through window. So as you come in, you're going across the back of the building and then going to the drive-through, so you're on the driver's side. But on the other side, there's two-way traffic. So as you're going in, traffic is coming towards you.
Sure.
So you put a divider median to keep separation. That was only, 2 foot of curb and concrete.
That's all the more reason you would want a little one.
So as I look at this, I can understand the intent, but it's like you said, I don't think we have that many instances where this is going to actually apply. There are a few boulevard streets, but something like this, I'm wondering if it's superfluous in Bay City.
Well, and if you're not
Well,
even,
maybe.
if you're not even requiring that they have a median, why do you care how big it is? You know what I mean? Like, if you don't care if it's there at all, why do you care if they want a little one?
Well, I think if you're gonna, I mean, it's nice to have landscaping in certain cases where it's applicable, so I think that may be kind of what it's trying to do, but I also agree that it does seem a little arbitrary.
Yeah, I mean, I think the intent of it whenever it was written was to try to get this kind of, boulevarded, tree-lined effect in places, and I just don't think that it's ever really caught on anywhere, and it may very well be superfluous to the.
If they do the traffic calming on Woodside that they're planning, this would come into play.
Well, no, it wouldn't, because it's only driveways, maneuvering lanes, service roads, and private roads. It's not public roads. Otherwise, I'd be with you. But it's not. It's not public roads. I think we ditch it, personally. We're not even requiring that they have one. Why do we care what it looks like?
Yeah, even in your example, Dennis, you said it was less than how long?
Excuse me, how long?
Yeah.
It was 2 feet wide.
2 feet wide by,
Concrete, it was big. There was no room for landscaping anyway, but the purpose it served was not beautification or landscape enhancement. It was just traffic separation.
Right.
Yeah, it was keeping counterflow traffic from smacking into somebody who's sitting in the stacking lane.
yeah, I don't see the point of this.
Yeah, my guess is it was a well-intentioned thing that it just never happened, essentially.
Move to strike, like it's a court case.
I don't think you're losing anything by dropping it.
So you're okay with it then, taking it out?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
And it's only talking about the trees anyway, or anything to shrubs.
Anything else in 18?
Maybe, hold on, I'm just deciding whether I remember what this even means. Okay, maybe you can help me clarify what my note meant since I read this a few weeks ago. 79, page 79, B2, bottom section. And then I wrote, well, it says, the trees required in the front yard setback under section 118.3 shall be provided, and the shrubs required in that section shall not be required. Why not? That's a shrub. But that's a shrub. A shrub is a hedge. What's the difference? It's just a bunch of shrubs that ran together. But they're the same thing.
Shrubs could be, you could place shrubs kind of all wherever you want. They don't necessarily form a continuous hedge unless you plant them that way.
Okay, sure. I mean, I get what you're saying.
But that does bring up a point. If they put in a knee wall, they should be putting in the shrubs. Shrubs and a hedge might be too much green. So if they don't have to put the shrubs in, if they put in the hedge, if they don't put in the hedge and they put in a knee wall, then they need to put in the shrubs.
Because then it would look weird. Well, I mean, it would. It would just be a little wall.
Does that make sense, Joe?
I think I might be looking at the wrong section. I'm looking for references to knee walls in the section I was directed to, but
I'm just thinking we want to soften that knee wall with some shrubs. So that would be, if you do the knee wall, you put the shrubs in. If you do the hedge, you leave the shrubs out.
I agree, for the record. Or some sort of landscaping. I mean, does it have to be a shrub? Could it just be, I mean, that would be easier just because, the way to write it, but I mean, it really could be anything, couldn't it? Or, well, I guess we only really do trees and shrubs. Never mind, ignore me.
Knee wall, shrubs.
I second,
No shrubs.
second.
I have no opinion.
Abstention. Sheila, where you at?
Mention, right. What section was it again?
Page 79, section B2, and, or, well, section 18.7, B2. B is in,
18.7.
yeah, did I say something else? I might be dumb. It's the second, or third paragraph from the bottom, if you count the one that's struck.
Okay, I got your point. Anything else in 18? About 19.
One more thing on 18, the chart starting at the bottom of page 81, and then at the bottom of page 82, you have F, prohibited trees. Should that be in front of this chart, or? Because there's nothing after the colon at the end of that.
Oh, yeah, that is supposed to be, that F, you know, Microsoft Word sometimes moves things in weird ways. That's, yeah, F is supposed to be above the table there. All right.
Okay, 19?
Assuming nobody has comments on 20, because it's just reserved.
I'm sorry, Joe, say that again?
I'm assuming nobody has comments on Article 20, given that it's just reserved.
Oh, nope, I've got a lot of notes.
We kind of kicked around the idea that's where the data centers would go. Just kidding. We should probably have a discussion about that, or a brief discussion with the board. Data centers, at the last staff meeting, Zoom, that they had with Joe, I attended that. And we talked about data centers and decided that rather than try and get data centers fit into the draft ordinance at this point, we would hold that off with the caveat to the city commission that because it has so many interrelated sections of the ordinance that it refers to or can have impact on, it deserves more time for us to be able to really get some good language and make sure we've covered all our bases as far as data centers. So.
Well, it could always be an amendment later, couldn't it?
It'll be your first amendment to the ordinance, yeah.
Well, it could be. Reserved, but it always has been reserved.
I mean, it could very well wind up being 21.38 too, so it's
We'll find a place to stick it.
well, it sounds like maybe there wasn't anything on 19,
Oh,
so.
wait, hold on, I may have found something. I eventually got to the point where I didn't have time to categorize my questions anymore, so I'm kind of trying to do it as we go, but not always great. Page 86. And they're talking about chain link, or I'm sorry, top paragraph. chain link fence with fabric wrap or slats. Other than my initial just, ugh, fabric is rather temporary. I mean, I know hypothetically it's supposed to be permanent, but let's be real, it's not. I mean, is this really an acceptable form of obscuring fences? Fabric?
They do them all the time on tennis courts.
On tennis courts, that's kind of a one-off.
They're chain link fence.
Yeah, but they're also like 1,000,000 feet high, and there's a tennis court inside.
We're just allowing an option.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of chain link fences out there. And putting fabric in them when you're trying, I mean, typically when you're talking about obscuring fences, it's because there's things you don't want to see inside.
What
Now, we all
section are you referring to? Sorry.
Oh, no, you're okay. Page 84, or, oh, no, I turned the page. Jake.
19.3?
Page 86, it's section 19.3.1. Yep. So it's very top on page 86. But they're talking about obstructing fences, which, you know, and I know even there's certain, and I don't know where it's at, but when they're talking about obscuring gates on, you know, certain zoned ugly things, that, you know, you want an obscuring thing, but fabric wouldn't do anything. It's not gonna do anything. I mean, we all know tennis court is a perfect example of why it's terrible. You can see right through it. I can literally watch anybody that's out there. That's not obscuring anything.
I'm doing tennis courts right now at Novell and Saginaw. It's amazing the different types of fabric that you can get, from 100% obscuring to, you know, like 20% obscuring.
Well, unless we're gonna
So
dictate
there's
the level of
different things out there.
obscuring.
This kind of caught me by surprise, though, because I didn't expect to see fabric here for a residential.
Right, either did I, because when they're talking about those gates, they even say or other, what do they call it? Materials of substantial construction or something. And it's, you know, so they make it a point to say they want something that's really obscuring, and then we have another similar, it's not the same section, but similar idea, and that it's supposed to be obscuring, and it's fabric, and that counts? What? It's not obscuring anything, and it's I'll go back to my original point. It's kind of temporary.
Well, to bottom line it, do we just want to remove chain link with fabric wrap or slats as an obscuring device?
I do.
You can leave that up to the discretion of the zoning enforcement officer.
Ew, no, it's ugly. Let's get rid of it. And it's temporary. I go back to my original point. It's also temporary. It's fabric. We're outdoors. You think that's going to be there 30 years from now? Heck no, it's not.
Yeah, but they treat that fabric, it's not like,
It's not a permanent thing. It's 30 years from now, that's not going to be there anymore.
What do
No
those
way.
slats look like after 5 years?
Depends what they're made out of. And how they're maintained. And how we're sealing them. Do you want me to keep going? I think we should strike it.
Does the group agree?
I move to strike. I just like saying that. Sorry. I watch too much courtroom drama. Go ahead.
Are others on board with that, or?
Do you have anything specific in terms of fabric wrap that you can point to that would be durable enough for Ashley?
In general, I would say that the fabric wraps and the slats are not ideal obscuring devices for the long term. A wooden or vinyl fence is going to be a much more reliable obscuring fence over the long term,
it says
and
here,
more aesthetically pleasing generally.
it says fabric-lined or vinyl-coated chain link fences generally last between 20 and 30 years.
Baloney.
Where are you reading that, Sheila?
She asked AI. Chat GPT.
I mean,
The
some
fence
of
itself
the
may last 30
fabrics
years,
are
but the
just
slats and fabric don't.
And,
It
I mean,
says the color may fade over 10
yeah,
years.
so it's gonna look like crap, it doesn't stay very long, and it doesn't obscure, which is the whole point. Completely aside from the fact it just looks terrible.
Well, I heard Dennis say that he's been working on tennis courts with fabric wrap or fabric obscuring material.
Yeah, well, we have a situation where the courts are right up against the parking area, and they want to have some kind of obscuring material so that the traffic doesn't interfere with the tennis players. And on that side of the tennis court, I'm putting on 100% obscuring fabric. And then on the other three sides, I'm only putting like 50% because there are pickleball courts and stuff around there, but there's nothing that's going to distract the players.
So,
not
so there is
required.
material.
Yep.
But it's not required, they can, it's not required that a tennis court have an obscuring fence. We're only talking about things that require an obscuring fence.
I understand we're leaving options open. If you're that dead set against it, why don't we just say no chain link fence, final privacy fence only?
They can always come back.
That
with
is what she
variance.
wants.
I move to strike again. I think it's awful, I think it's ugly, I think it's temporary, I think it looks terrible long-term, and it's not a very good.
So you want to strike chain link
Strike
fence?
the.
Chain link
op-
altogether?
Chain link with fabric wrap or slats.
So chain link then is not an
Yeah,
acceptable.
it ugly. And again, not opaque. I don't care what anybody says. You can see.
It says if it's required, if an obscuring wall or fence is required.
Yeah, if it's required to be
So
obscuring.
Fabric does obscure, and so do the slats.
Not all fabric, only if you buy the 100% opaque that he was talking about, and we don't mandate that.
Through the chair to Terry, what do they got over there at Merson? On the north side of that parking lot?
At which part?
They have like a blue, I guess I'll just call it a blue tarp. But that's all temporary and it's all coming down.
He's calling it a tarp.
Now, the one example that I can think of, and it's been there for a number of years to go look at it, is Krieger Towing on Morton Street. They were required to put a screening because it was an impound yard, and they used heavy material, and they screened the whole perimeter of the back area on Morton Street with that. So I could look to see when that was installed, and to my knowledge, it's still doing its purpose.
Well, just like Doug's point to me earlier about the deck balcony, or not balcony, the deck in your rear lot, they can always come for a variance. It's the same logic. If they want their cheap, crappy fabric that will be faded and gone in 30 years, they can come ask for a variance.
Well, if it deteriorates, then they'll just have to replace it. That's up to them to have to.
No, it's not, because it's supposed to be a obscured fence. It's supposed to be so you can't see through it.
If it deteriorates, it would have to be replaced.
That's why we have a zoning enforcement officer.
Yeah,
Right.
that goes around and drives and.
All right, so I've got a motion to strike chain link fence with fabric wrap and slats. Do I have a second? Hearing none, motion dies. No second, motion dies.
Policy-related items in Article 19. About in Article 21, there are lots of subsections of Article 21 because it has all those little uses in it, but
Sorry, I lied, I have a question. Or I didn't lie, because I didn't say I didn't. But page 87, and this is more just a question to you, not a suggestion, but it could lead to, under motor vehicle filling stations, it says
such screening may not be required along street right-of-ways at the discretion of the planning department staff. And I'm not sure I've ever seen screening in front of a gas station before. I mean, you're on 87, the section of the chart that says motor vehicle filling stations, which I assume means gas stations.
I think what that's implying is that if you've got houses across the street, you can wave down the separation screening between the filling station and the house. I think that's what that's trying to say.
Oh, is that still considered a budding?
It's
I
not
guess the zone
directly
is-
abutting, yeah. I can't think of what else it would be trying to get at, though.
Not be required.
I couldn't think of an example when I think it was in another section that had this same wording.
It's
Well-
the one right below it, yeah.
And it also says, it states that along right-of-ways. So, but I guess, I don't know when you would, it seems like that would be getting waived every single time,
Yeah, you just need your buffer along the right-of-way anyway. I think you could strike that in both in that row and the row below it.
Well, if you have a residential property adjacent, or as they say here, abutting or a gas station, you would want to have some kind of a buffer, but I'm with Terry on this one. Oh, you know which one that would have been? The Clark Station on Garfield, the old one that no longer exists, that would have been an example of that. And there probably would be an argument to be made for the alley behind it being screened because there's residential property on the opposite side of the alley.
Yeah, I
I
used
see where
to,
this could come into play, I just don't have any examples within the city currently.
yeah, no, that's a good example. I used to live right there. But once you have an alley, it kind of cuts that requirement, doesn't it? That's what I mean. This whole along street right-of-ways.
Does say at the discretion.
Sorry, what's that, Sheila?
It does say at the discretion of the planning department.
Yeah, I can't think why they'd want it along the street right of way at all, to begin with.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure I've ever seen it, much less, much less,
City engineer cut them down anyway.
So would that mean, if that's the intent, that this whole section isn't necessary?
Yeah, I don't think that text is necessary because we're requiring screening when it's abutting, and it wouldn't be abutting if it was across the street, so.
Just, we can delete that last sentence then.
Well, yeah, I think you still need the first sentence, though. Yeah.
Yeah, you still need the rest of
Right.
it. It's
It's
just
just the-
those bits there.
Yeah.
They're not necessary.
Did we say, I'm sorry, I was distracted for a moment. Like with a street right of way versus, if we have an alley, do we still want that?
Does isn't that still count as a right-of-way?
It is a right of way, yes. And in those cases, I think it might be nice to have that discretion.
Yeah,
I agree.
that's a point.
Well, the discretion to enforce one or to get rid of one?
Well, either or, depending on the situation. Yeah, I mean, if there were no vegetation or something on the other side of the alley in the residential yards, I think, if I lived in one of those houses, I'd sure not want to look at a gas station.
Well, I think they're saying that this section, has that, and that you can, the department staff can choose to eliminate that requirement. If I were to guess, who knows if it's been changed, but that originally when this language was written, that section probably had a requirement like that.
Well,
you
and I
wouldn't
would
be
even say
eliminating
that this
that.
says street right-of-ways, so it wouldn't include an alley. That's the way I read it too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, street, it does say street right away, yeah.
An alley would not count.
I might just strike street and put
I think,
of way.
I think it might make sense to reword it as an affirmative ability to require the screening device across an alley to protect residential uses.
I agree with that.
And then you can say, all right, you have a house here, it's not protected, we're going to require you to protect it. And then it's not as ambiguous as it is right now.
Yeah, that it, whomever, the staff or commissioner, whatever, can, require it if they so, you'll put it nicely.
It's just whoever the approving authority is.
Can I ask Terry a question through the chair, if I may? Sure. What time are we supposed to be out of here by?
Well, I did just tell Doug that I did talk to the maintenance guy. 10 o'clock was supposed to be our cutoff time because I was told that by him that he has to lock the door. Tonight he said the latest he'd be here is 10:30. So yeah, we do need to wrap up.
I thought we were going to be here till midnight.
Well, I don't know if something changed because last time he did say he was going to have to stay till we were done. That's why I went to go ask him. And I don't know if something was changed. I mean, I've always had the ability to lock City Hall. But 10:30 is pretty late anyway. And I know Joe needs to get going, so I wouldn't disagree with that either.
If
The city commission does get paid to be there till 12 or 1 o'clock at night.
And then we
Pass.
stand out in the parking lot for another hour.
I don't know who does that. I do it all the time. I do have, in this next section down, in that same spot on page 87, with the next section, and it says, the opening for ingress and egress should be provided with a screening gate or gates of durable construction. That's that fun phrase I found in other places. Screening gate or durable construction, is that trying to get to that it's opaque? Just like the other ones we were talking about, however they phrase that? Or obscuring, however you want to call it. Is that supposed to be obscuring, or is that what that means, or does that mean something else?
Durable construction means it's not going to fall down in a year.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what you would think by what the words really mean, but that doesn't sound like that's what they mean. And I'm more referring to the beginning where it says screening gate. Does that mean that it's obscuring? Is that a screen?
Well, he's saying a screening gate or gates. It may be a double wide gate of durable construction.
Oh, yeah, a screening gate or gates of durable construction.
No, don't break it up that way. A screening gate or gates of durable construction.
Okay, I don't care if there's one or two. What's your point? Yeah, okay, but that's not what I'm getting at here. My question is, does it have to be opaque or obscuring, what they call it?
You're asking that if by screening it means that it must be fully opaque, yeah.
Right, yeah, exactly. Is screening mean opaque?
I think to have a genuine screening effect, it probably should be opaque.
I mean, these are repair garages, they're not exactly pretty. I mean, I would assume that, just like in this other section, not that's what they want in other places. And then before the table, it even says screening wall requirements. The following table provides an overview of when obscuring walls and fences are required or can be used as an alternative to screen a use from view.
Yeah, we just have to modify screening to note that it's obscuring. Yeah, it's all intended to be screening, so we just need to be specific about obscuring for the gate itself.
I'm sorry, Joe, what was that? You were quiet.
It's all intended to be obscuring, so we just need to be specific about that for the gates, the gate itself.
I would just say just then anywhere in this language that it says screening, it doesn't otherwise state that. Well,
It is implied,
I
definitely.
guess it is under obscuring fences and walls.
Good with 19?
Yeah.
Oh, no, because I want to bring up something that I think is important, and we talked about it before, but I don't remember, but then it keeps coming up in here, which makes me think nothing. When they were talking about walls, it's the next section, fences and walls for residential uses. And they keep requiring that you build the fence off the property line by like X amount of inches. And I know that we've talked about that before, how that creates a problem because you can't maintain the lawn, anything in between it. I know that sounds stupid, but it creates, if your neighbor's got a fence and then you're building a fence 8 inches off of it, I know because I've had this problem, you can't, weeds and stuff grow in and they become weed trees because you can't get between those two spaces. So I would argue that it should be able to be allowed to be on the property line. Because building a fence 8 inches off a property line, especially when your neighbor has a fence, is a
Where do you see the 8 inches?
Number, well, it's in a couple places, I think, but particularly this section, number 2.
Page?
I'm sorry, 88. 88. And it's that first section, A2. It says, on corner lights where the rear yard abuts another rear yard, privacy fences and exterior side yard may have a maximum height of 6 feet and shall be constructed a minimum of 12 inches from the property line.
I think that's just the street side property line. I can add those words in. It's not, you're not constructing it 12 inches from the neighbor's property. It's the sidewalk.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Yeah, because if you recall, they weren't allowed to be 6 feet tall earlier, and they had to be like further from the property line. We're allowing them to go most of the way, but there's a little bit of distance between the sidewalk and the fence, and I think that had to do with like the right-of-way not always being right at the edge of the sidewalk, and we wanted to make sure we were keeping fences out of the right-of-way.
Typically, the sidewalk is placed 1 foot inside of the right-of-way.
Generally speaking, yeah.
So I can understand why you would put this in here. And it isn't going to be a maintenance headache for the neighbor because it's between the fence and the sidewalk, not
Right.
the neighbor's fence and your fence.
Yeah, so it's just a separation from the sidewalk.
What this is not, the front property line is 1 foot off the sidewalk, because we used to, well, I still say it, when they read our brochure that said fences must be constructed 1 foot on the back edge of the sidewalk. Engineering took issue with that because she could not guarantee that it was always going to be 1 foot. So I think maybe in preparation for this discussion, that's why it says a minimum of 12 inches, because we couldn't say 1 foot, because she said it could be greater, but if we say a minimum of 12 inches, then that's our choice, and then anything greater would be, so I think this would help us with engineering.
That makes sense, because I had a survey and I was surprised when they put the pins in that my property, yeah, that it was in a foot from the sidewalk.
And that's why we always used that, but I guess there was 1 or 2 examples where it's not 12 inches or it's not 1 foot. So I think this does work in our favor, because now we could even put this in our brochure. Yep.
Thanks for clearing that up. I'm an idiot.
You want to get closer to the sidewalk, get a survey.
I had one and I still couldn't get closer.
We are getting close. Article 21 here. Yeah, there, a lot of it's carried forward from the existing ordinance.
From previous.
I know there was, I had conversations with well, I guess this was in their role as a citizen, but specifically about the table that's up here. I'm not sure, it's kind of jumping ahead, but in the interest of time.
Oh, 2120.
Page 98. I think it's coming back to lot sizes, and yeah, just looking at one of the critiques of this table in particular was the how the efficiency, you don't get any bonus essentially for being, or in a way you may look at it as like getting penalized almost, because it's the same as a 1-bedroom. If anything, conveying the thought of others, that should be even less than the interval between the others. So instead of 2,000, instead of like 1,600, it actually maybe like 1,200. I hadn't fully fleshed out what that would look like, but I'm just kind of relaying some comments I had received in conversation.
I mean, thinking about the Center Avenue property for a second, the 113 or whatever the heck it is. And that was more with a parking issue, but same idea where your efficiency units. I mean, are we kind of at that point, if we were to minimize that like you're talking about, I mean, are you kind of encouraging developers to chop up all their buildings really small so that they have more lax restrictions, you know what I'm saying? I mean, and is that really what I know we want units, but.
So I guess there's two, so the one thought was a bonus for efficiency, which would be, more you'd get, it'd be 1,200 square feet as opposed to 1,600 square feet. But if we wanted to just lessen the efficiency to be consistent with the other, the 400 square foot interval, it would be 3,200 square feet and then 1,600 square feet and 1,600 square feet. I don't have an opinion on it. I'm just bringing it up. I think.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't really understand your point, though. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk about that. I really didn't.
So I'll look at 2-story apartment. I think it's easier math. Right. 2,000 square feet. So a bonus for building efficiency would look like 1,200 square feet. But if we just kept it consistent, you see how they're 400 square foot intervals in the rest of them, 1 bedroom to 2 bedroom. So working backwards, efficiency would be 1,600 square feet, just to be consistent with that interval, which I think would be fair. And then if we wanted to encourage, smaller development, potentially more affordable development, we may consider even like a bonus for efficiency. Does that clarify better a little bit?
On a totally different note, we have a high-rise district in the city. Did I miss that in the beginning? Or is it kind of like the PUD thing where it just hangs out there? What defines a high-rise?
The definition section under high-rise.
How many stories?
Over 3 stories, I mean, an actual high-rise is quite a bit more than 4 stories, but this zoning ordinance considers to be anything over 3 stories to be high-rise.
Okay, questions through the chair to Terry. The stuff going in over here on the Y property, is that a 3-story or 4-story mini tower? It's a 3. Okay. That solves my problem. Thank you.
So how do we want to address not getting this finished up? I mean, technically, at our next meeting, we need to hold our public hearing on the ordinance.
Does that have to be the edited ordinance, or?
It has to be the final draft.
It's got to be the final draft. You can still make, very minor changes at that point. You could say you're recommending it to the city commission with the following changes, and if there's some very minor things, you can do that on the table. But you don't want to be making really substantial policy changes at that stage.
Well, that's not good.
Can I?
What's the date of that meeting?
20th, I believe.
And when's the submittal date deadline?
Yeah, our next regular meeting is the 20th.
Yeah, that's the meeting, but don't packets have to be completed by, the 13th or something?
Right, 15th. Could be a short meeting. I mean, we don't have to have a lot of time.
Well, we were also going to talk about that table. You could take a look at it, look at the sheets that I put together, and then we could have a longer discussion about if we want to make any changes to it. I assume we're looking at the 6th.
Pardon me?
I said I assume we're looking at the 6th of next month? Since there's an HDC meeting in here.
Well, yeah, we couldn't do it any later than the 13th.
Could I make a possible suggestion? Could we maybe convene a kind of short notice subcommittee if there's because we don't need to meet kind of noticing requirements, is my understanding.
I
So
think-
less than a quorum?
Correct.
3 members?
If there's some 2, how many could we do? 3 members then that are
3
interested?
members on a subcommittee?
Well, the problem with that is just like we had said before, and then things got shifted, that table, if we want to make changes on it, those are pretty substantial changes that I don't think a few people should make. I mean, unless you don't care, but, I mean,
Well, 3 people couldn't make those changes. They would have to bring them back to the full body. If we have a subcommittee,
Be bringing them as a recommendation to the full
right?
commission.
but I mean, then, okay, but then that's almost worse, because then you have to make the changes, you have to get it to the meeting, then they have to be approved. You see what I'm saying? You're trying to get to a final draft next meeting.
Well, you want to try shooting for the 6th? That'd be next week.
I mean, I'm not sure that there's another option. Unless we went to a different day, but that gets real dicey.
6th not good for you?
It's fine for me, I mean, depending on what date we were moved to, but, I mean, For other people
Wednesday.
scheduling, I.
Wednesday? Good for you, good for me, Dennis?
I'm in.
Hopefully, we can get some of our other members back, too.
Question, though,
Yep.
do we need to meet at night, or can we meet in the afternoon?
I could meet in the afternoon.
I can meet in the afternoon.
We might lose our other members, though, if we did that. I don't know what their employment situations are.
Make work, and I don't know about Ash, or Whitney and Steve.
Well, if we're doing a subcommittee, we don't want everybody there.
I mean, I thought we were doing a special meeting. Are we doing?
We're going to try and make it, we'll try and make it with a quorum.
Yeah, I was saying, I thought we were
If we
trying to
can
do a
have us,
special meeting.
if the four of us can be there, that's a quorum for sure. So then we can,
Well, that's not, but Dennis, I think the point is that it's a special meeting. It's not a subcommittee.
well, the only reason that Adam's mentioning that is because if we have a full meeting, we have notification requirements. And I don't know if we can meet it for Wednesday,
For a working meeting?
for a working meeting. Yes, it's still a public, and Open Meetings Act, sorry.
Okay, well. I mean,
The guys are over here, they've all got their heads together.
this sounds
too.
weird, okay? What if we had a subcommittee meeting on Wednesday, gave Joe, our changes or whatever, and then, I don't know, I know this isn't ideal procedurally speaking, but could we email those as soon as possible after that meeting? And then, if the other members, if they happen to not be able to come or whatever, they can respond to that email. I mean, I know typically you want to do it on the record, but to try to get a final draft for the actual meeting. You know what I'm saying? The problem is you need one more meeting in there if you do it as a subcommittee versus an open meeting. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Well, if it comes as a recommendation from the subcommittee, I guess we got to have staff input on this.
They're not listening.
Well, we got noticing requirements and stuff, so we're trying to,
Well,
That's why
what
we're trying to get around them, but you're not. Yeah.
I mean, we get it. I think, yeah, bear with us a moment here.
Because our whole thought was do it as a subcommittee meeting, and then you don't have to do that. You don't need it at all. But the problem is that then you need a way for the people who don't attend that meeting to give their, rubber stamp on. Well, I mean, because a subcommittee, you're recommending the changes.
Just do a regular meeting.
So what do we got, Terry?
Well, tomorrow, we did have, April 30th, a meeting with Joe at 2:30 to 4 o'clock. That's where we do that Zoom meeting with Joe up in room 401. We could take the time to whoever could attend that 2:30 to 4, possibly 5, just to see if we could get through primarily Ashley's comments. We could get it as early as tomorrow at 2:30.
That doesn't really give us any time to look at anything, to look at the table or anything,
We're also looking at the idea of scooting that 20th, May 20 meeting to May 27th. That then gives us an extra week.
That's probably for the best, because then it gives you till the 12th to notice rather than the 5th. We want to have these discussions done by the time we're noticing, so.
So is the idea then to have a special meeting before that?
I think that would mean we need to probably still do this via subcommittee to have, because I don't think we can convene a special meeting in time.
Well, yeah, I just meant since your notification, or you're just saying to notify the change of meeting.
Tomorrow, if we have less than a quorum show up, we could do that. Could be a subcommittee tomorrow.
I mean, tomorrow is, let's just say, not ideal for me. I was up all night last night. I've done nothing but stare at this thing for the last like 30-some hours. And I wanted to spend some time with the table, but I would literally have to stay up all night tonight. I'd really request any day but tomorrow. And I know that sucks from a scheduling perspective, but I'm just trying to be realistic with myself here.
Well, I'm not sure what Joe's availability is, but I know, I can be flexible. I won't speak for Terry either, but, I think we don't necessarily, need everybody. So, obviously if it's a subcommittee, we have only 3 maximum. But I think we can do it with a small group and try to be as I can be as flexible as needed within the next, week. We probably need to.
I'm flexible other than that, pretty much. I'd have to, again, it would depend on the day, but I'm pretty sure I could make almost anything else work. But tomorrow is just really asking a lot.
Like Monday or Tuesday of next week?
That works for me. We'll make it work.
I can do either one. Is Tuesday the election, Doug?
Tuesday is the special election, and we're working that, Ashley.
I know, that's why I remembered. That'd be a great time to sit down and look at the ordinance, just saying.
Monday, I can make tomorrow. If you guys are still going to be meeting.
I don't see why we can't do also, a series of meetings with different members. I don't know, that can make it maybe more complicated though, but if we want to just keep progress moving,
Oh, right.
if we want to say that, accept the will of, a lesser number of members and keep progress rolling, and if you can or can't, if you can't attend, submit comment.
I could come tomorrow and if you want to look at the table or whatever and sit down and look at it together, but I just can't put a whole bunch of hours before that, before that meeting. So if you want to do it together, I can't stay up all night again.
Well, we're meeting at 2:30 tomorrow regardless, so that I'd say whoever wants to show up. I will say I'm also not familiar with what is required in terms of setting up a subcommittee. Are we able to just go ahead and do that as long as it's 3 or less? Okay, so please show up at 3 of you. Oh, no more than 3 of you. Please show up tomorrow at 2:30, and I think we're just going to have to keep the ball rolling.
Upstairs in 401 again?
401, yeah. And I'm happy to meet as many times as we need to meet to get through it.
Dennis, you available?
Tomorrow? No.
He's the one out.
So I might be the only one, but
No, I'll come, Doug. I'm just saying I can't do a lot of prep. I just can't. I have to sleep.
Yeah, don't do that. Just come as you are.
okay. What's the notification requirements to have another full body meeting?
That's, if you're, under the Open Meetings Act, if you are having a special meeting, the minimum requirement is for you to post notice of the meeting 18 hours in advance of the meeting.
How do we do that? What's formal posting?
I believe it's posting a notice at the, I might get this incomplete. Posting a notice at the location of the meeting. And I believe that is it. But there may be some more that you just want to verify that. But I think you just have to post it at the location of the meeting.
Yeah, I think it is rather simple.
We don't need an agenda or anything. Can you just on letterhead print out, special meeting, room blank,
It'd be something
date
like
and
what's
time?
on the back door now.
Well,
Yeah,
this
we
was for a
can-
special meeting, right? Not for tomorrow. So it would just be whenever we decided to have another one. before the next one.
Okay.
I think let's just go with tomorrow, and then we'll take it from there, and recognizing there's still plenty of work to do, so we may have yet another meeting, but
Yep.
we're just gonna have to be as flexible as we can, I suppose.
18 hours. That's for a full meeting. Special meeting, there's probably a separate section for special meetings. All right, do we have anything else on the, well, anything that's not on the agenda that anybody wants to bring up? Hearing none, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, I'm going to go track the guy down, and I'm sure he's going to come and lock up right away.
Maybe the table would be different.